Let me get rid of these vectors. You guys can see where the vectors are. Keep this neat. Not yet. Still pretty much very V-shaped on the 5 and the 13. I mean the 15. That liquidity above is looking juicy though, isn't it? I want some of that. Only thing that has me concerned are these guys. Because these guys here are just looking like a big bag of money. Absolute best play here, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be up for this. You know what? I might set a grid here. I might set a grid here. Let me do something real quick. So I'm gonna set a grid between Golden Pocket and the 702. I'm gonna ladder in about 5 orders. And then I'll stop myself out. A couple of ATRs underneath. Give me a second. Let me take a look at the DPVR. Yeah. Maybe I'll be a little bit more generous with it. Golden pocket to 786. So I'm gonna go to sleep tonight. I have a small one, type 1 entry. I didn't get one on alts. I need to look at the alts too. But I'm going to sleep tonight with a grid just in case it drops. It's going to be interesting going into 10. Every other time we've dropped that we've sold off at 10 in the morning, we've found the bottom and recovered by the next 10. Right? Now we're still at the lows. So it's going to be interesting to see if they drop us again or if they make a push for liquidity and then drop us. Right? Quick move like this. Quick move up and then sell it. Same thing here. Quick liquidity sweep up into 10 and then sell off. Same thing here. Quick sweep and then sell it. But what I'm counting on is that they sweep this liquidity before they do that. If not, I'm good. With the position I have in there, is whatever. I'm not gonna chase it right now because I don't. What I wanted to do was add to a type 2 entry. But instead, I'm going to set a cushion underneath me. So, oh damn, I should probably set a sell order. Point of control of the range. All right, so I'm gonna set a grid. And sell the ATH. So me personally, and this is just because I would like to make some money while I sleep. Ideally, what I want to do is pick up longs in these range. I'm going to set a dynamic DCA, right? So let's assume the entire thing gets filled. My long would be about there. Stop would be an ATR 2 underneath. I'll set that up when I set the trade up. 10 to 1, 11 to 1. So what it would, and I mind you, I'm okay with if this doesn't happen. This is an insurance policy on us losing that low. Excuse me. Right, but what I want to see is a sweep of that liquidity. Right, orders filled, pop back up, higher low, a sweep of these liquidations, and then I'm gonna start taking profit at that point of control. From there to there. So what I want it to look like when I wake up in the morning would be something like that. Ideally. If I could magic wand it. You know what? We're going to leave that there, and we are going to bring down the opacity of it. And we'll see how that plays out in the morning. All right, give me a second. I got to set my orders up, and then I have to... One more thing. But basically, all I'm doing is setting an insurance policy against the liquidity sweep. Now, I'm going to be sick if I wake up and tomorrow's the first morning that they don't sell at 10. All the institutions decide to come in and that shit is at 105. But I'm not going to full TP. I'm not going to full TP just in case. That would be funny though. If it falls out and goes lower, I just stop out. It's not a big deal. I'm not worried about that. And if I wasn't going to sleep, I would manually enter these. I can judge it better by volume, but man's gotta sleep. I don't know. I haven't been trading pump. I know some of the guys have been though. All right, family. I'm gonna get some sleep. Let's see if I can get to bed before 5 o'clock for the first time this week. I'm gonna go do a little bit of research before bed. I'll be looking at the chart though. If anything crazy happens between now and then, I'll pop back in. Good night, family.
If you know what I'm if That makes sense. It's not a worry at all, my friend. It is literally just everything you're saying. It's like, yes, dude, and it's
Yeah,
not a worry. It's just a
I think this is
understanding.
I think this is why like what we were talking about with D-Block. This is why we're like this place is so extraordinary is because that's the person that he is like on to me, I mean, not putting myself down, but like that he's like uh doing it on a whole nother level, you know? And so that attracts that and that's like super, super powerful, right? And like I aspire to have the patience that he has and to be genuinely altruistic as like he does it every day, 20 like, you know, pretty much 24/7, right? It's like even when he's not here, he's doing
Yeah,
research,
dude, that's a level I don't understand either. I get your point.
you know? So it's like we're this it's so man, I love it here.
I'm
Like it's like well,
comparing.
it's a heaven.
Well, I say I'm comparing. I'm seeing it relative to us as um like I don't know, like the everyday life, but then it's like, oh, you get to pick and choose, and then there's like a pinnacle, and then you're like comparing it to that. It's like, oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, 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 for sure.
Yeah, I just think like I just think that I'm like I feel blessed, you know what I mean? I feel blessed to be here. Like that's I would never never imagined like especially entering the markets like that this is where I would have found this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like he's like attracted the type of people that like really want to learn, and he's so willing to teach because like he feels like it's valuable. Like he feels like it's so valuable for him to be able to teach this stuff, which it is. Like you know what I mean? And so many people are able to learn how he's putting it into like a form that's like so like easily digestible, and how he gives like detailed and thorough explanations, but yet they're easy to comprehend. Like they're simple to comprehend, and like that type of stuff. That's so attractive. And also, like I was mentioning before, just his pure aptitude for leadership is astonishing, and like that sort of thing. Like it just commands respect. He's like just such a solid dude. Like everything about him, his whole attitude and his outlook and perspective, on the situation, his ability to be able to sort of break things down and analyze them, like goes like just way beyond our price chart. Like like I don't know, it's
I
incredible.
think it,
Why wouldn't people want to come to the channel? You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
I think it's funny because like it's you know like I think what breaks down in a lot of communities, right? It circumvents that because when you inspire in that way, right? And like you've seen it, like, or at least I feel like I've seen it in in here before, right? Like people that like are like they're not receptive or that are like spiteful, hateful, whatever. Like or I don't even want to say that because that's not like the right way to determine it, but it like the vibes, it keeps the vibes good, and then like the community kind of like maintains it, sustains itself in a way as well, right? Like it's not just because he is the dude that he is. I think like that kind of that ripples out as well, and because it's magnetized the people that come here, right? Like and you know,
yeah. Well, that's
it's not
why
like constant drama and you know.
that goes
Like,
back to like the type of environment that he's created and it's sustained. It's like because like he has such a chill demeanor, like such a chill, laid back demeanor. But like if you cross any sort of line that is not that's not like in line with the vibe that he's created, it's unacceptable. And like he promptly shuts it down. Like he
or somebody
promptly
does.
makes
Yeah.
it clear that that type of nature or behavior is not acceptable here, and it returns back to the vibe that it was at before. You know what I mean? Like
You know.
he's got a great ability to be able to do that. Like be able to be assertive in that way, like when it's appropriate. But
Yep.
most of the time, he's just a chill, laid back dude that's easy to talk to and discuss things with, even really complex things. Like there's a lot of stuff that like I can't talk to anybody else about, but like I know I can talk to Dbloc about it because he'll understand. And even if other people like maybe they understand, but they don't give a crap. You know what I mean? Like, but also it's like um, just making sure that that's the case. Like we've been in a lot of other groups where it goes from being something positive and nurturing in like an environment where people are learning and prospering, whatever. And then it ends up just somehow always devolving into like some random form of chaos that is just completely unsustainable. And I don't know exactly. I mean, it's in the name Discord. If you actually look up the definition of the word Discord, like you might find that it's like almost built into its nature
That's crazy.
for
Actually, I never
the
thought about
environment
that.
What?
to be
Well,
yeah, for the environment to be chaotic. It's almost built in.
it's
Like,
like a
but
country, though, right? You have a governing body, and then eventually it fails.
he
Well,
has somehow overwritten that.
I think
He is
that's
somehow able to overwrite that entire thing, but like just by being able to sustain like the nature of this environment is like an incredible feat in and of itself.
the the communities fail for the same reason the countries fail, which is division, right? Ultimately, and that's like something like there's not a lot of places I've been where you can just like you can have a conversation or conscientious of the fact that we have differences and opinions and stances and politics and any number of belief or criteria, right? Um, and I don't like. I feel like it's kind of wild to see that like there are still people still have their opinions here, but it's a little bit more respectful. You know what I mean? And they might not um always be respectful directly to each other, but they give each other so like people they don't like fight it. It's like people give each other the space. Um and I think that just goes back to like actually it kind of goes back to what we were talking about originally too, right? Is that he's kind of the best example of like how you how you can manifest things with your energy, like energetically, right? Because if we're talking about it like in terms of vibes and like inspirational leadership, like part of it is all of the hard work that he and all the other community members do. The other part is that energetically he's um, intentionally created this community to serve a purpose. And because it's intentionally created to serve a purpose, and because he acts and communicates in a way that aligns with that purpose, um, it's hard to like sway from that.
It's
But
hard to
in a way,
derail it, yeah, because
yeah,
it's so solid. It's very zen.
yeah, and the other really powerful thing that he does is that if he doesn't like, I feel like I could go to him about anything, right? Like I could ask him literally to like he could I would trust his answer on pretty much any topic. At the same time, if I asked him about something that he wasn't like 100% on, right? Like he would, or he didn't know, or he didn't wasn't comfortable like making a recommendation about, like he wouldn't, and he would explain that, right? And it's like
And Chat GPT wouldn't do that. Chat GPT be like, "Yo, dog, do this, cuz," and you be like, "No, dog, you led me down the wrong road again." D Block would have never did that.
And I mean, there's another thing is that the whole approach is so genuine, right? Like he like he's genuine about everything he says. He doesn't sugarcoat anything, like, or like, you know, try to push something like for a certain agenda or for financial gain or whatever. Like a lot of YouTubers out there are trying to promote something because they're getting paid, or they're trying to like, you know, they're trying to shill something because they want you to pump their bags or whatever, and it's like they're really just out for themselves. There's none of that here. He's like very genuine about it, gives his honest opinion on something, and he doesn't sugarcoat anything, and he doesn't say stuff that he doesn't believe himself, you know. And I think that's something that not just he does, but a lot of other, like most of the other members and speakers in the community do that as well. It's
Yeah,
like
I
being
think
able to like objectively observe things and like give your honest opinion on it.
I
Like
can't
that's
I
a
can't
really
imagine.
powerful.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can't
No, go
imagine
ahead.
like a 24-hour stream of like of chart analysis or analysis work without that. Because if it's not genuine, it's like, and that's another thing, right? Like that's what says division in communities. If a leader is not genuine about something, eventually it'll break, right? And when that break happens, those cracks become the divisions, and those become the things that like people argue over and like lose faith about or whatever. And like he doesn't, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't give like, dude, I'd follow that dude anywhere, but like at the same time, like it's like he doesn't want you to just follow him. He wants you to learn it for yourself, right? And that's how you know it's genuine, because it's like,
Yeah, it's the old adage, like, you know, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat forever.
yeah, that's why, bro. I'd follow if this man was like, go how high, you know, like, and there's maybe one other person in the world that I would follow into battle like that, just because I can, because of the actions and the confluence with and alignment with what he's saying he's doing and what he's doing, right? Um, I feel like I could trust that if we're going to battle, there's good reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As-
I
It's like
mean,
a
I can confidently say like that, like Dbloc has been like one of my most powerful mentors, like in trading and in life. And I don't have that many people that I could say that about myself.
I have lots of mentors, but I have none like Dbloc, um and not just Dbloc. Like I said, it's like a good chunk of this community as well. Like that maybe aren't like directly mentors, but have mentored me. You know what I mean? And like have like it's radically changed my life in the year that I've been here. You know what I mean? And that's the coolest part is like it's not just that it's not just that I'm in love with trading or charting and that it's that like I immediately was able to recognize and have sustained that recognition of like how this has affected um the way that I like my mentality as a whole and the way that I approach situations and decisions and yeah I like it's like I felt like I was like I thought I was doing pretty good before and I was pretty clear on my path, but it's like man like I'm like man I was like lost walking through the jungle blind
I mean, we all
until
start
I
out that
did.
way.
Yeah.
We all start out that way and grow, and like that's the thing. And like Dbloc has mentioned this phrase. It's like you come for the money, you stay for the revolution, or whatever. Like I don't know. I probably just butchered it, but like you get the idea. Like he is the revolution. Like we are the revolution. This is the revolution. It's us leveling up. Like not just in like terms of like learning a skill and being able to like elevate our financial status. It's like we are being exposed to and opening our mind to like ideas and stuff that we might not have gotten the opportunity to have if we didn't have like the internet and ways to connect like through like chat rooms like Discord and stuff, and like ways to be able to like spread a message or idea to an audience of people that may have not thought about the same thing. Like there's obviously a lot of like really like-minded people in here. We're all certainly very unique, but it seems like to some degree we are very like-minded. But I mean, there's so many things that I've learned through my trading career that helped me a lot with trading, but also helped me like get a much deeper understanding of how like financial markets work, how the system works, how society works, why they work the way that they do. Like just that exploration of these different types of topics that most of your average people overlook completely and are like completely oblivious to, not because they're stupid or something, just because like it doesn't concern them. Like we are a group of individuals that are curious about these things. We want to know more, we want to learn more. And when we learn more, it presents more questions that we then search for the answers to. And that is the revolution.
Yep. And the only revolution
Just
that I
being
think works
aware.
is like an internal revolution. Like the only way a revolution works and doesn't end in, you know, devastation, bloodshed, and obliteration, right? Is when it's internal um and then grows organically. So like you can, because then you don't have to tear the walls down if if you become, you know, the one that's stalwart. So like um the beauty too is like it also like it's a multifold thing that his leadership does and that the community, right? Because it means it's like the reverse of a pyramid scheme, like, or the inverse, I guess, right? Like a pyramid scheme is like um it's like multi-level, multi-layer, um it's a multi-layer trap, right? This is like the opposite. It's like he energetically, intentionally does the thing, and then that affects the people and attracts the people into his community that are attracted by that, right? And then you become a part of like planting the seed for the next one, and like it spreads naturally, and um because it comes from a place of like that is genuine, right? That's magnetic, and it shines in a different way. People don't experience that in most places in their day-to-day life. You know, they're always like wearing their mask or um you know, playing the character that they think they need to be to be able to survive their, you know, daily, and, you know, be aware of the threats, right? So like when you have something like that, I was talking to somebody the other day because they were going through some situation, explaining like the whole thing with the 18-year real estate cycle that he's been talking about. And I was like, look, I don't like want you to believe me. Like I'm not trying to interest you, like get you interested in trading. I am trying to show you a solution, or like at least a part of a solution that might alleviate some of the stresses that you have now about your finance. Like if you become aware of this, right? And I was like, and I'm like not an expert, but I was like, I can show you my teachers. You know what I mean? Um, and it was crazy. I was like, all three people like were super receptive. And it was like some kind of an intense conversation, but I was like, I really was like, man, like I'm like super passionate. Like I was always like, you know, passionate about this kind of idea, but like I had no, you know, inclination of or no access to the knowledge, right? So like
Is it
I was
like
like, man,
regarding trading specifically?
well about the real estate cycles, and
Oh, okay.
like we've been talking about it as traders, right? But that is something that's actually, you know, with AI sweeping to take jobs, and like, there's a lot of factors that actually may make this like a kind of important off ramp from the rat race for a lot of people. And this way I was got some financial troubles in recovery, but it's like trying to do the next right thing, and it's like made a lot of healthy choices, but it's still struggling. And like they're like, oh, I don't know, how time. And I was like, well, like the cool thing is like, I was like, I have a little bit of that comes from people wiser than myself. And it was like explaining the 18-year real estate cycle and like the timing, and that means that they have some time to accumulate funds and potentially, um instead of having to continue to struggle to survive and pay rent, right? To maybe save up money and potentially have ownership in not too long, with the awareness that this thing is happening, or that this thing
Yeah.
has happened in history, throughout history, right?
And I
Um,
mean, that's stuff that we're privileged to now. Like we're
right.
privileged to that information. Like we weren't always privy to it. Like right? We didn't always know about it. But if you can present that information to somebody that it can be really helpful to, like somebody that's struggling a lot, they don't know what to do, and they feel like they have no guidance or no direction, whatever, and they feel hopeless. It's like if you can sort of convey that type of information to them, like that can be profoundly impactful on their life. Especially if they had absolutely no prior knowledge to it, like anything like of that same nature, like existing, financial markets and investing and all that, and like the business cycles, like the cycles of the financial markets. Like once you understand that it's a thing, somebody that has no clue about it, that feels hopeless, if you express those types of things to them, like it gives them hope, and it gives them it gives them the enough hope to say like, oh, I do have a chance, and then that gives them ambition and drive to sort of reach for those goals,
Yep.
because now they believe that it's possible when before they might not have. So it can be profoundly impactful on someone's life, like in a very positive way.
Right, in the
And
same
like,
way that it was, yeah, like the same way that it affected me, right? I'm not expecting the same result, but I was like, well, this is something that's like that, like I wasn't even I knew about, but I wasn't like, right. Um and this is like one of those side effects of just of being here, listening to, like learning from him, and studying the markets as well, right? Is that like I'm able to understand enough to communicate this to somebody who doesn't understand it. And like it was like it was funny because like I like wrote like got real passionate about it and wrote like paragraphs over like message on social media. It was like I was like, and like I stopped and I was like, this person barely know, like we know each other, but like close. It's almost like I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean info dump, and like it probably sounds like I'm like being really intense, but it's like it's just like I'm really passionate about this, and it's like something that I'm excited that like I can like
you want to
give you
share it.
insight. Yeah, because it's like I want like it's aligns exact because when I got here and he was like, yeah, I'm anti gatekeeping and like pro privacy, and then I was like, yo, like these are like all like that's kind of like one of the principles or the pillars that I've tried to live on. And and people like a lot of times people are like, this guy's crazy, like who acts like this, and like they're like what's the motivation for you? And I'm like, I don't know. It seems like that would be the right thing to do, but you
You
know
know what's funny? I heard a phrase the other day when I was listening to a video, and some guy was like, genius and madness are like next door neighbors who are always borrowing sugar from each other.
like that. Yeah. And I was like expecting this person to be like to not respond and like block me, because I was like I just wrote them like 7 paragraphs. Like I would like and it was a woman too. So like I was like, oh god, this is like probably not a good look. And she was like, no, I'm super interested. And I was like, cool. So I was like, here's the YouTube, and like come listen. I was like, you don't you shouldn't like take it from me. You should do your own research and but like I was like, honestly, I'm just barely beginning to understand this stuff. But I was like, there's like a bunch of people in this community that are like vastly more experienced and have been students to this for much longer. And I was like, like I'd rather show you my teachers than like, you know what I mean? Like, than try to like deliver the information and potentially, miss a part. Cause like I know what Dbloc said that day, right?
Yeah.
But like I don't know what he's gonna say in a month or. And I was like, well, this way I can just show you where I get my knowledge from or show you my source, and you can decide for yourself. And if nothing else, you walk away and you've been exposed to something, and maybe you never trade, maybe you never stay in the market. But I was like, I'm pretty sure if you even stay long enough, like you're gonna find value in it, even if you're not interested in trading or investing. Um,
But that could be more powerful in some cases because it's in a lot of cases actually because it's like you're not just giving somebody knowledge one time. You're giving them a resource to like pursue further knowledge indefinitely. You know what I mean? Like you're like, "Hey man, like check this out, look into this." And especially since like, like crypto is one thing, right? Like crypto is very volatile, very confusing. Like it tends to be soul crushing in like in a lot of scenarios. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the pumps are great when things are ripping, going parabolic, everybody's happy. But like, when things are going down or there's like unexpected volatility for reasons that maybe most people are unaware of and like they didn't get the memo or whatever. It's like all that stuff's discussed here, which is cool, but there's also like a vast array, like a large variety of different topics that are discussed here, like within financial markets, and I mean even beyond that, like some of the more obscure topics that we were talking about earlier. But I mean, like just within financial markets, it's like if you are if you have no knowledge of it, you're walking into the forest blind, right? But like if you once you have knowledge on it and you can pursue further knowledge on it, now you're equipped like to like explore a treacherous landscape. Like you're more well equipped to be able to do that.
mhm.
And so it's like what you were mentioning earlier with like telling your friend about the real estate cycle and whatever. It's almost like you're in a you're in a forest with a community of people, like 100 of you, and you're all starving and there's no food, like there's no game to hunt, like there's no like animals, there's no um, fruit or vegetables growing or anything just in this landscape where you guys are like, oh, we're screwed and we're all starving. What are we gonna have to do? Like, what are we gonna do, basically, right? And then you find out this knowledge, and it's like, hey, guys, you're not gonna believe this, but I found like a huge stack of bread sitting behind one of those trees.
Yep.
like come check it out, and then like
It's actually a
you
bread
know,
tree. It grows bread.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah, dude.
or like whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like you get the picture. It's like, dude, I just found a bunch of food just behind one of those trees. They're like, come into the forest, explore with me, and I'll show you where to get the bread. You know what I mean? Or like, say, like for an even better example, it's like you come back with a loaf of bread, and everyone's like, where did you get that bread? And it's like, yo, check this out. I found a whole stash. Like it's right over there. It's not too far from us. All it will take is just a short journey to get over there, like and we can all have a good meal. Like come with me, I'll show you where to get the bread. And that's sort of like pointing or directing someone towards a resource that they never even knew existed.
Yep.
Like I don't know, maybe that was a crappy example, but like
No, no. I I think it tracks, and like I was gonna say, I like as I was explaining it, and like because I was both like trying to convince this person, not like convince them like, oh, I want you to believe what I believe, but like trying to convince them as in like I think that like it's important for you to understand this concept because of your predicament. And so it was like important for me to like both be like voracious, right? But also like um to be like very conscious of how I delivered it. And it was
To
funny
be
because
honest
like
with you, I don't know what that word means.
voracious just means like truthful. Speaking truthfully. It's like honest, but it's a little
Okay,
bit it's got a stronger connotation, I believe. But
I got you. Sorry, I didn't mean
uh
to interrupt.
no, you're good. Veracity is the root word if you want to make
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah,
Yep.
cool. Well,
But
I
voracious is
learned
just
something today. Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so I was like trying to be very like conscious of how I delivered it, and it's like I like ended up being like because they were like they told me initially that they were like I'm a very skeptical person, and I was like that's good, like you should be, you should especially if you're gonna like come and listen about markets, like you should absolutely be skeptical because if you're not, you can end up you know like the markets don't play and they will wipe you away if you jump in thinking it's all la di da, right? But yeah, so like I was like
If you
trying to
go
convince
scuba
them without
diving
trying
without
to
a
convince
tank,
them at the same time and being very clear that it's like I don't want you to to like I'm not trying to convince you to believe me. I'm just trying to show you my sources kind of thing. And I realized at some point that I was like, man, like just having like access to because for like most people that I see on a daily basis, right, within my sphere of the world is like, and I live in a decent area, but it's like most people have access to the types of folks that are here, the traders, the business folks, and the conversations that spark because of it, especially when it what ascertains to the market and economics, right? And so it was like, just having access to that alone is like such a powerful thing. Like that's just being able to listen and like because that's like like I've learned so much just from hearing like people ask questions or people debate things or like Zusi coming in and debating his own debate about the debate that he's
dude,
debating.
Susie's so great, dude.
I
Like
love it.
he is one of a kind, dude. He's so awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And like, and that was, like that's like I can like to me if I was just like, oh, let me give you this knowledge, that's kind of gatekeeping in and of itself because it's like it's being passed through me and like no, dude, like I'm trying to pass on this knowledge because this is knowledge that like I don't have access to and like I've got people that ask me about this stuff now because like they hear me like excited talking about it and like they also hear me talk about how like all the times that I get wrecked because like I've been pretty clear about that. They're like, oh, you're a trader now, huh? And I'm like,
No, I
I'm
trade. That doesn't mean I'm a trader.
like I am aspiring an aspiring trader, but I was like like
Yeah.
I'm pretty straightforward about that because I don't want people to just think like, oh yeah, you can just you know come to this channel and you're gonna make a bunch of money. Like no, dude, like you can come to this channel and learn how to make some money. Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's like I joke with people. I'm like, "Oh, you trade crypto?" Like, or "Oh, you're a crypto trader? Like, you gotta be rich." But I'm like, "No, I'm not a crypto trader. I trade crypto." Just because I trade crypto does not mean that I'm a successful trader. No, I joke. I mean, I am decent, but like I'm humble too at the same time because I know how difficult it could be. And it's like you want to try to teach people things, or you want to like at least point them in the direction of learning. But with crypto, it's kind of like you're playing with fire. Like you want to help people, you want to give them advice because you want to help them, right? But like you don't want them to inadvertently get screwed either. So you kind of have to like make sure that they're aware that like if you French fry when you're supposed to pizza, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah,
Like,
it's especially
like you
especially
don't want to zig
becoming
when you're
so.
supposed to zag, and if the zig turns into a zag, you got to readjust and like, and like have a plan for if that happens.
Especially because, like, if I didn't know that somebody was like a degenerate gambler, and like that could go bad really quick. Because now you might just have 10 more things to gamble with, and you might not. You might just do it for the thrill. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
But
mean,
like,
adrenaline can be addictive. Like there is definitely like an addictive, like
oh, I'm an adrenaline
I don't
junkie,
want to say
so
quality, but characteristic
yeah,
to being a trader. Like especially trading on leverage, it's like so dangerous. But it's like you almost like feel like a need to
flying
do
by
it.
the
Like
seat of
you,
your pants
and
into $0 real quick.
yeah, yeah. Like
Hopefully not.
when I first started trading leverage, like I knew how to trade. Like I was already like an experienced, like a moderately experienced trader, not like a veteran, but like a moderately experienced trader. And I knew risk management and stuff like that, and like how to how to look for trade setups and set up all this stuff. And when I started doing, dude, I still lost my ass. Like,
Yeah,
like I still had to pay tuition. I don't think anybody gets away with not paying tuition. I mean, you can make it less expensive, but you do have to pay to learn. But I
yeah,
mean, it's like there's something about the whole rush that you get by seeing the potential of how much money you can make, and
yeah,
like experiencing that like for the first time gets you hooked, and then it gets you sometimes it gets you like it's not to your benefit because you're like what's possible, but like what is probable is that you're gonna lose, like at
yeah,
some point or maybe very frequently, like you're gonna lose. Like you want to keep your wins big and your losses small. Like you want to stick to all the sort of like unwritten rules of the road. But I mean, there's always it's always going to be a struggle. Like there's always going to be a learning curve. There's always going to be some sort of hurdle that you have to overcome, and the quicker you find it out, the better. And the quicker you can readjust, the better. But I mean, it's a process, and everyone's process and trading journey is different.
mhm, yep. Yeah, and I 'cause it's funny because like I've been pretty wary to like bring people here for a multitude of reasons, but especially because I'm such a new trader. You know what I mean? I'm like still so new to the markets, and like uh there is a lot of risk involved. But so I was like, this kind of felt perfect because I was like, I don't feel like this person's gonna like they might end up, you know becoming a trader down the line, but they definitely somebody that was like interested in the markets or interested in trading. And I was like pretty clear that I was like, I'm not interested in trying to like I don't want you to come here so that you become a trader too, but like this is a place where you can access this knowledge and learn about the market. And I was like, you don't ever have to actually trade to gain value from this. You could just sit and watch and listen and learn what you're looking at. And by doing so, potentially learn the mechanisms that affect our reality, like the reality that, in capitalism and especially in the United States, and understanding aspects of the economy, understanding like the decisions, how the market reacts, and like what's happening in reality versus like what's being sold to us, and why the price of this went up at this time, and all of a sudden now eggs are too expensive, or like all these things that like you can learn some of that from the news, but not really, right? You
Meanwhile,
don't want to.
people that are not privileged to it, or like haven't pursued knowledge, like outside of like they just sit and they look, oh wow, eggs are getting expensive. Like why are eggs so damn expensive? And that's sort of where their thought process ends, like regarding the topic. You know what I mean? They just say like,
Like, blame whatever presidents in the office at
yeah,
the time. That's general. Just by saying with gas, right?
Yeah, there's always something. There's something that people will make up to blame the price of eggs on, but it's like there really is like a logical explanation for it. It's a science. It's not like just a phenomenon. It's an actual science. Like there's a reason for it. Like there's a legitimate
Sometimes,
reason for it, like based on like
sometimes it is.
macroeconomic things.
Yeah, sometimes it is also like it's a combination of that plus, companies utilizing that reality to also, profiteer based
Yeah,
off
like
of it.
price gouging
Yeah,
and stuff.
that. But
Yeah.
but like again, like all things that like you spend like just in the year that I've been here, like the amount of knowledge that I've ascertained and like the absolute change in my understanding of everything, you know what I mean, is pretty radical. And like I don't expect that for the like this person that I invited, for example, because I wanted to do this. Like I'd been waiting, like realistically, like I wasn't specifically looking to be a trader until the last like 4 or 5 years, but ever since I like got kind of scammed by my business partner at the time and lost $1,200 as a initial like not an initial but like an um uh, initial public offering investor for Zcash, um which really I think was also like him just um probably selling a bit and not giving me my money. But point being, like ever since that happened, like I was really wary, like super wary. I was like I'd invest a little bit here and there, but I never did too much because it's not that I didn't believe in the assets or like the potential of Bitcoin or the potential of these things. Once I started to understand it, I was like, actually, this makes a lot of sense. But um, finding people that genuinely were teaching anything about it that weren't just trying to take your money in some way, shape, or form was like not something I did for, you know what I mean? Or it might not have been 15, but close to that, it was like 10 years, I guess. So, yeah, it was like the finding, like that was like, I told her, like I waited 15 years, like to find like the right, you know what I mean? Like these are, like I was very, very wary coming in, But if anything had, like, if anything had made me feel sketchy, like, or people were shilling all the time, like, if I felt like I was being sold something, I wouldn't have come, you know? Um, and yeah, so I was like, hopefully, like, I do feel a little bit better about, um, that I don't necessarily think is going to trade, but is interested in learning, I could see that they saw, like, the fire in my eyes. Like, I could also tell that I'm learning the concepts well enough to be able to communicate them on a level person that has no idea what the heck I'm talking about, and I attribute that to here as well. But it
Yeah,
was it
I
was
mean,
pretty radical, dude. It's a
that
good
kind of
feeling.
goes back to what we were saying before. Like when you like it, sort of when you teach somebody something, you point them in a direction where they can learn more. It's like what we were saying earlier. Like knowing is half the battle. And then like the other half involves like taking some action or whatever. But it's like if you want people to take action, like first you have to know what it is and like to some degree how it works, and then you can express that to them. Like expressing that to them and like being able to capitalize on it and being able to help them effectively capitalize on it, that's the other half of the battle. You know what I mean? Like being able to convey
Yeah.
that to them in a way that they understand so that they can then capitalize on it. That's the other half of the battle right there. But knowing is the first half. And if they didn't even know in the first place, then you already got them through the first half of the battle.
Hmm. Absolutely. And I mean, like, ultimately, my goal here, it actually isn't trading. My goal here is is to be a student of the markets. I also am going to use that to learn to be a trader. Like, that's a part of it, but like mostly I wanted to make sure like that I shouldn't have or not I should buy or sell Bitcoin when I came here. But when I stumbled upon it, I was like, oh, this is where I'm gonna learn. Like this is I know what this is, you know? Um so it's like really great. Like it just blows my mind. Like daily still. And maybe it's because I'm still new, but I don't know, man. Like
There is something about it that does feel like very eye opening, like a new perspective that you didn't know has been brought into your field of vision, and
yeah.
like I don't know, it's like for whether you consider it to be for better or for worse, it's still different than it was before.
Yeah.
It's like the type of knowledge that like once you know, nobody can take it away from you. Like you have it forever. You're equipped with those skills and knowledge for the rest of your days. Whether or not you choose to utilize them, like or apply that knowledge yourself, or like if you want to teach it to somebody else, like there are people that are like financial advisors or like CPAs or whatever, like that don't even like they've never even traded or invested in financial markets or whatever, but it's like they went to school for it. Like people that like went to school and got degrees in this field, but like don't actually even trade or invest. They just like manage somebody else's money, or they like advise people on what to do with their money, or whatever else. And it's like that. I mean, that sort of thing's astonishing to me. But it's like at the same time, like trading is hard. Trading is really hard. Like, don't ever let somebody like try to convince you that trading is easy, because it's not. Like,
Mhm.
it's it's hard to do, but
It has to be, right? Otherwise,
nothing in life that's worth doing is easy.
I agree. Yeah, and like it was like actually not that long before I found the community. I was studying for my SIE and my Series 6 and my Series 67 in my life on health. Um, I was I knew a guy that was a financial advisor that was going to sponsor me, and I had to turn it down because like I'd just gone through a like kind of rough breakup, and I just couldn't focus. And like I was like, realistically, I'm terrible at especially at that time. Like I was like, I'm terrible with my money. Like I am. What am I like? I'm doing this because I know it's a good, right? Like I know that it's gonna benefit me. But like, and it's like it's a job, and because I know it's gate kept, right? Like it's like I would almost feel wrong not doing having access to it because it's such a rare thing. Especially you know with my background or whatever. But um like it's crazy because I remember I very respectfully like was like, hey man, I appreciate everything that like you've put into to helping me get started. And I was like, I'm not it's not sinking in. Like I'm not able to focus, and it's like and I don't want that to prevent, somebody else getting this job kind of thing. And I still talk to the guy from time to time, but it's like so crazy that like because I've talked to him since, and it was like I could tell it was like he was like, oh, you're starting to get this stuff, um, and I mean he's more legacy, right? Like I think I probably know more about crypto at this point than he does. I mean he's knows more about like the inner workings of markets in general, but I mean, he's a very successful guy. I think he makes like $53,000 a week, something like that was those last metrics that he had. Just bought a $3 million house or something. He's been doing it 12 years.
Damn, sounds like he's doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, and like that would have been a great like. Can you imagine? Like I'm like sitting there and I'm like
50
I have all the
grand a
problems.
month. You can
Yeah.
do whatever you want.
Yep. And he was gonna teach me. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't ready. And it's funny because like now I'm like, now I'd consider doing it, right? That's
I was gonna say, if you're still in touch with the guy, like you could give him my info if you want. I wouldn't be mad at that.
yeah, yeah. You want to come to the DMV, man? Like, yeah, sure.
Wait, where you're in
Well,
DC, right?
yeah, yeah. He's in Maryland, so I'd happily introduce you. I will say, like, if you're basically once you have your own client, like the kind of the rule there is if you're not gonna make it.
Oh,
But
yeah, you're
you
kind of cutting out a little bit. What's the last thing you
yeah,
said?
yeah.
If you're not
So
what?
if you're not making like 6 figures a year, you're not gonna make it. Um, that's the rule of thumb that I was told a long time ago. But I mean, there's like he's at the point now where like he keeps his client base like strong by like he like throws like like charity events and stuff like that, or organizes like soirees and stuff for like VIP clients, and yeah, he's got a pretty fast network. But uh it's a good company, man. If like that's something you're interested in, like happily, share that opportunity. As long as he's got the room. I know he was trying to expand, and he's looking for people that will eventually like be able to lead crews and stuff too. Like that's kind of what he does. He has his assistant. He has his little team, and like at the beginning, you take your test, which shouldn't be hard if you've got the knowledge that you've got. I think you'd be fine because it's mostly just about like how the markets work in general, and then FINRA and SEC regulations that you have to learn. And as long as you can, pass the like the background side of it, um, the test isn't super hard. The other part is about like uh, life insurance, and because they also are able. That's one of the products that they can sell. Um, I will say that my understanding is, at least here, it's $500 a month is what you have to pay. So like when he started, he was a bartender, and he worked as a bartender, went to school, and um, uh, basically it's like you're like an intern at the beginning, pretty much. As they sponsor you in while you're learning, and you're essentially a glorified assistant, but that's how you learn, right? The way that they do it, and you're expected to sort of like communicate in the manner that like if like you don't have to know the answer, but the idea is that they come to this company because they have like 150 experience combined, right? So like um if you don't have the answer, someone on the team does, and that's the benefit of working through that. um and yeah,
Teamwork
I
makes
mean,
the dream work.
yeah, like what he does, he like buys companies, and like buys companies that are already like dissolving, and then he sells the company, but then gets to keep the like physical assets, and then he sells the physical assets, and that's how he's making like buku bucks.
Oh, he's on some Gordon Gecko shit, huh?
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. But I mean, like, it's also like completely legit, like he's doing it the right way, and it's like, but he did that for 12 years and built up a client list to where he can, like he has the assets and can um manifest the assets when he needs, kind of thing, to do that. So he's managing, or advising other people's assets, and then like churning those. Dude, it's crazy. Like when he told me, it's like, man, like it made me think on a whole new level. Good guy though.
Yeah, that's
Um,
the thing. Is that it's like you you see people or like you hear about people that do this sort of thing. It's like, how do they get to that level where they're at? Well, they started somewhere and they got exposed to an environment that helped them learn more about that and how it works, and eventually somehow became an expert of it. And it's like, I think in order to be able to even get to that level, it has to be something that you're interested in actually doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there has to be some sort of like, aside from money, like there has to be some sort of incentive for you to want to pursue that type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, for some people it's money, some people it's just money, some people it's like a sense they feel that they have power, or some people they feel like they're doing some sort of service other than that, or it's just like, like he's like he says in that movie Wall Street. I don't know if it's Wall Street or if it's Wall Street 2, but I think it might actually be Wall Street 2, where he asks the guy, and he's like, "What's your number?" And he's like, "What do you mean? What's your?" And he's like, "What's your number? What number would you have to hit in order for you to just say like, okay, that's enough. Like, I'm done with it. I'm gonna retire and like live happily. Like, what dollar amount would you have to get to?" And he's like, "Dollar amount." He's like, "Yeah. What's your number?" He's like, and the guy's like, "More." And it's
Yeah.
like, for some people it's just that job. It's like, once they make that, they're so ambitious that it's like, once they achieve one goal, they want to get to the next one. And it's like always like there's it's like they're stepping up to the next step. It's like, once you achieve one thing, like, okay, like I progressed in this way, now how do I progress further from this point? Like, and for some people it's just a game like that, where it's like the game never ends. They're just constantly trying to progress. Like, they could have all the money in the world, and like, average people like us, we might see some of these people, it's like, oh, they are just like, money and power hungry, and they just want more and more. They have more money than they could ever spend in their lifetime, in their kids' lifetime, in their grandkids' lifetime. Their great grandkids will not be able to spend the amount of money that they have. But it's like, you
Well,
think, it's like, and some people it's like, oh, they just want, it's not even about the money. They just want to maintain power over the lower class. For some people, it's legitimately just like, they want to just keep progressing to see as like how far they
yeah,
can
it's just
possibly go,
ambition.
stepping up the ladder.
Well, it's interesting because I remember I told him I was like, I was like I I I I have my one like what's the word for it? Like the thing that I was kind of like I didn't know if I was the right person for, and I told him like I was like I know I can do it, but I don't know if and I want to I want to be honest about it. I'm not like I'm like I'm not super down with a lot of aspects of um the way things work, right? And I was like I'm not a money motivated person. Like I am, but I'm not, right? Like I am because I have to be. But like I'm not. Like I was like, is that going to be a problem? Like is that something that would that you would look at a candidate and be like, I don't know if they're going to make it. And he told me it was really interesting because he was like that he was like, we need you to make money, but that doesn't like you don't have to like want to just have more and more and more. You just need to be successful, right? And he was like,
You don't have to
and he
be
was
like
like,
greedy. Sorry, go ahead.
and he told me his perspective. So I was like, he was like he kind of I think he sensed that he was like, that I had reservations. That's what I was looking for. Reservations about like the industry because of that, and like potentially the people that I'll be working with. Not like there specifically, but like the people that would become my colleagues. And he told me he was like, I'll tell you what it is for me. And he said, it's not that I need, that I need I have a set amount that I need to get. And he was like, and it's not that I'm like interested in just getting all of the money. It's that this is a skill that I have that I can utilize you know, you make your first million and you're like, oh, you know, I've made it. Like, I don't, you know, like, do I really need a second million? Right. And you told me you start to get to a point where um, you realize that like XYZ can happen at any moment. And if that happens, it could cost you a ton of assets, right? Any moment, something happens with a client, or something was worded wrong, or uh, your wife meets this, that, or the other, right? And
You want
suddenly,
security.
yeah, it's. He was like, this is like for my kids. This is to make sure that no matter what comes along, that I have the finances to not have to tell, like to not have to tell them that we make sacrifices over here, and instead be able to like show them what the value of money actually. And he was like, it's that like not only financial freedom but security, um, securing somewhere for his family to grow in safety. And I was like, I can understand, like that's super reasonable, right? And he was like, yeah, and you'd think like, oh yeah, like this many millions is enough. And he was like, and then you realize that like there are bigger problems that can cause, and when you face those problems, if you don't have it, that's it. Sometimes, like, and that I do understand. So it was interesting, and like even the fact that I'm like the way I am now is like, it's kind of, if you would have asked me like 5 years ago, if I would have been like, I was investing because I knew I needed, right? Because I was, I've hit too many roadblocks. I've lost it all so many times, right? And had to start from basically zero. I have access to certain blessings that other people don't. So that's not to say full zero, right? But I've had to bounce back enough times, right? And I'm tired of like um constantly living in fear of what I'm not going to be able to afford next, and how that's going to affect every other decision that I have to make, and what I'm going to have to defer because of it. And now I look at it like, what can I do to create the financial freedom that's going to allow me to best affect the reality in the way that I the dreams, and to fast track that thing so that I don't have to spend so much time down here doing things that I do enjoy, but that are not good on a cost benefit. Whereas if I can motivate this, right, then I can build a bigger platform and then affect more change in the ways that I would to, or even try to, right? Like it's not, that I think that money's going to solve all my problems. It's that it's going to allow me a platform, and to be able to invest in people, for example, that don't have access to traditional investors but have great ideas, have like they have all the pieces but the financial, which is what like I understand that, right?
Well, a
So like
lot of
that would be
people are like, okay, so what does it mean to be financially free? And like here's kind of how I see it. People think that like, having all the money in the world is like what makes you wealthy and financially free. But it's like if you have all the money in the world, there's probably a reason for that. And it's probably because you're dedicating yourself 100% to like your craft or like whatever it is that is your source of income. So you probably don't have very much time. You have all the money in the world, but you really don't have any time. And time is essentially the time is the greatest asset. Like time is the most valuable asset that there is because like it's very finite and nobody really knows how much of it they have. So it's not something that you want to be wasting. So like you don't want to waste it on an endeavor that's gonna not be fruitful enough to provide more time. When you can work a reasonable amount, and you have enough money to where like you don't have to work too much, but you have more than enough to get by, like you're well off. It's like that money essentially, the more money that you have after that, the more time you're kind of buying yourself. Like in a way, like inadvertently, more money buys more time, which is really what that's what the ultimate currency is, right? Like that's the most valuable asset is time. And you can inadvertently buy more time if you have more money, assuming you're not dedicating every single ounce of spare time to obtaining that money. So what I kind of think, like when I think of being financially free, I think of like um having enough money to where um I can cover like most of my expenses. I don't ever really have to worry about bills. And I also have all of the things I need and most of the things I want, and the means to be able to obtain the rest of the things I want, because it's like, like so basically like having everything I want and need, and then also never having to worry about expenses. That amount of money, if you can get to that level, I mean, you either have to manage that money properly, or the money has to work for you, or you have to have uh some form of passive income that you already set up for yourself, that is well established, that's like more or less automated. But just having enough money to be able to get yourself into a spot where you can generate passive income on a regular basis, like that's gonna be what's buying you your time back. But like the time that you do have, you'll have more of it, like to spend doing um the things that you want to do. And it's like, or
Yep.
spend time with your family, or your loved ones, or like go out and do things, even if you really don't have a family. Like if you want to go out and do things, you want to travel the world, or you want to, and like not have to worry about how much it's going to cost, or not have to say like, oh, I can't go on this trip because I don't have the money, or I can't go to that concert because I don't have the money, or like whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like not having to say that, being able to say like, I can go out and do this, I'm gonna do this tonight because blah blah blah, like because I can. Like that's like sort of in my mind, that's like being financially free. But on the other side of it is like, I've heard and this is sort of like a stoicism type of quote, and what they say is, um a wealthy man um is not someone who has a lot of money or many assets, but a man who has few wants. You know what I mean? So it's like, if
Yep.
you don't really want that much, or like you feel like you don't need that much, you have what you need, and you don't really want, there's not much that you want. You're satisfied, and or like, with what you have, it's like you don't have very many wants. So it's like you're happy. Like that, like they say that that's true wealth. But at the same time, it's like, well, if I was rich enough to be able to buy all the stuff that I wanted, I wouldn't have many wants. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like,
Yeah.
it kind of really is dependent on like what you want. And I
So
mean, maybe what you want is a platform where you can express the ideas that you want to express, and convey the knowledge that you want to convey to pass on to somebody else. And it's like, in order to get to that spot, like that's a want that you have, like that you want to have a platform to be able to do those things on. But in order to get there, you first have to, breach the first level of, financial stability, and then there's financial security, and then like later on, like eventually it becomes financial freedom, I would imagine.
yeah, I look at it
I don't
too.
know.
I see it
I don't.
very similar. So like I see I would like I like that saying, but also I would modify it like slightly, which is a wealthy man is. It's not about like having your wants, right? Because wants can fulfill you, but they may not. It's a wealthy man isn't about how much assets you. Um, it's about being able to identify the assets that are available. So, because like you did bring up a good with time being the most valuable asset, I would say it's one of the most valuable. Everything, like the reason why not having money, right, can be a hindrance is because when you don't have money, you have to sacrifice something else to be able to do X, Y, or Z, right? Because it's not to say that like there are people that you know, make it out of destitution and become wealthy with just their skills, right? And not going the traditional way, not having to sacrifice your mental health, for example, for XYZ. It's wealth is true wealth. I think is um, your ability to see what you have available and those things. Financial freedom is simply uh, it increases your ability to motivate those assets directly to what you intend them for, versus having to um, go back to a dead end job, right? To pay the bills, to scrape by, to try to get this thing done as well. So like time is one asset. So is your network, your people. Like people are like, I don't want to say like people are assets. I don't look at them as assets, but they can be some of your greatest assets, right?
Yeah, a
Um,
resourceful person it can be a great resource.
yep, skills. Because I would say I'm wealthy, not financially wealthy, but I have tons of wealth, right? I have a lot of knowledge. I've met a lot of good people. I've had wonderful experiences. I have a ton of skill sets. Um, I have, you know, relatively speaking, good health, all things considered. Uh, you know, but what I don't have is the financial freedom to motivate those things in the direction as efficiently as I'd like to. Um, and it means that to get to my goals, unless I can, f- unless I can find a better cost benefit and based way to get there, right? Then um, creating financial freedom is gonna ease the strains of everything else to allow me to motivate more directly towards it. It allows me to build the platform easier. It's not the only thing, right? Because you can get investors, and you can, and which is something that like I've got some plans going forward for a multitude of businesses that are branching that I have. But those things are great. Whereas if I have to go get investors, I have to find people and I also have to align with them. Whereas if I have the financial freedom, um, I can direct where my alignment goes, right? I still have to, align with the side to work with or, bring onto a team. But if with the financial freedom, it's a little bit easier to direct that into intention or that project, right?
Like delegate it, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, there's really always some form of sacrifice that needs to be made.
Yep.
Like even if you like, I mean, unless you have freaking more money than you know what to do with, and you're just like, okay, like I'm set, like for life. You know, if you hit the lottery or something. I mean, even most people that hit the lottery, they end up blowing it. They don't like manage it properly and stuff like that. But I mean, even let's say like you properly managed your money, like you basically hit the lottery or whatever, or you fell into something that ended up making you like really rich, whether it's over the course of 1 year or 10 years, whatever, and you're just like, okay, I'm set for life right now. Like, aside from that, if you have enough, but you want to keep progressing because, like, you feel like there's a deeper purpose behind what you're doing, and you want to have the freedom to be able to do that and like apply your time and energy to that thing that you actually are passionate about, like keeping that going, like to be able to do that, like you always end up having to make some sort of sacrifice for, and then it's like, okay, so like one of like sort of the theoretical laws of the universe, and I don't want to go sounding like I'm preaching something straight out of Full Metal Alchemist here, but like there's something called the law of sacrifice, which
Mhm.
is like in order to obtain something of equal or lesser value must be lost, or like some see it as in like to obtain something of equal or greater value must be lost, but it's always something of like basically equal value. Or like if you choose to look at it as something of equal or lesser value, then you choose to sacrifice the thing of lesser value to obtain the thing of higher value. But
Yep.
no matter what, a sacrifice like typically needs to be made.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like that's a law of conservation of energy, right? It's like you know,
Yeah, it can't be
uh,
created or destroyed, only transformed.
yeah. Although I will say I did have a friend who esoterically had a concept that he was like, see, we see it as like now it kind of still lines up, but he was like, that like energy is like that, like you drain energy, replenish energy flowing, and when we think that we're being drained, that we're not, we just are simply aren't aware um of that infinite flow of energy, that even though it can't be created or destroyed, that it's constantly flowing, and we just don't always know how to tap into it. And that was an interesting concept. I mean, he was talking, very much like in like the Reiki realm and stuff like that, but it is kind of in some sense true, right? And another person called it the wheel of opportunity is always spinning. So yes, financial freedom is not the only way to have freedom. Although it does, um, there are a lot of gates and walls that have been put around a lot of things that financial freedom gives you better access to and easier access to. It's the same way we look at like trading instruments, like money itself is an instrument. It is a tool, right? It can be a weapon too, but as can any tool, really, right? You can always weaponize a tool, but I look at it as a tool, right? So it's a symbol of like energy, essentially, right? You can motivate it here or you can motivate it there. How you utilize it is ultimately, I think what's important, right? Based off of what your goals and your criteria are. But so when I started seeing money as a tool versus um, I used to like hate money, right? Like I hated what it represented. The I hated the ways that it was used to control us, and um, that
You saw it as a negative thing. Like you almost have like this
yeah,
negative like perspective on money,
yeah. That's why I was
which
bad with money. I wanted to get rid of it. I didn't want it on me, and I was like, I'd rather spend it on people and on like it's like I didn't want it. I'd rather have the weed, or I'd rather have it's like there was like I just wanted to get rid of it as fast as I could, and that was like a
it
really
has like
unhealthy.
a
Yeah,
negative connotation to it. It's like, and then that's sort of like if you incorporate the law of attraction, it's like you're going to like you're gonna have like a negative manifestation like when it comes to that, because like if you have in your mind like a subconscious belief that like money is bad and that you don't want it, then you're probably gonna have less of it.
yep,
Or
and
but I mean then there's also those who preach that it's like, oh, the lack mentality, where it's like you feel like you don't have enough, it's going to attract more lack into your life because you're thinking
yeah,
negatively about it. But it's like anything that you think negatively about, like that's probably going to come to fruition. But if anything that you think positively about, that's probably going to come to fruition. Instead of like saying like, I never have enough, it's like, you could be like, you know, I'm going to have enough, or like I do have enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I might not have a bunch, but I have enough, and like being grateful for that. Like, that could also be, you know, just being content with what you have could also be, I guess, some people's interpretation of what wealth really is. Just being
Yeah.
content and grateful for what you have.
Yeah, somebody told me, and it kind of tripped me up. It was they were like, money likes to go where it flows, right? So like they weren't like saying it's like conscious. They were saying like that the mechanism by which, right, is much like water, where it's gonna flow through the path that it's most easily able to flow through. So that changed my mindset a little too, because it was like before that I was like, I was like, man, I'm like really financially unhealthy, which is true because of where I was. But um, like that kind of was, they were like, maybe you're looking at it wrong. Maybe you know, maybe you just need to learn how to make it flow better, right? Because it's not necessarily bad that you're spending, because at least you're actually, you're utilizing that money now, which was true. But um not to say that like it's good to spend all of your money all the, but that they were like, you're making things happen with that money. And when I changed my mindset about that as well, that helped. Was like then I started looking at it like, okay, well then um I can, like, then work didn't feel like such a like it didn't feel dead end anymore, right? Like I like started to enjoy working. You know what I mean? Like I started to take more pride in, if I wasn't in an industry that was like something that I loved. And it was because it was like, well, then then even if I don't have, like, money, right? Like if I don't have this asset that I need, really the biggest problem, rainy day fund. Like that's what it gets you. It's like it's when the curveballs hit. So it was like I don't necessarily need to have a ton of money, but it's to to appreciate, even if I don't like what money represents, appreciate the abundance of it. And so if I can generate the abundance, like that, it's kind of going towards what you said, and like thinking with the mindset of abundance versus thinking with the mindset, right? Um, and yeah, ultimately I know that like now that like I know how I will utilize, how I'll motivate it. I have plans for how I want to motivate it to reach the goals that I want to reach, and to do the things that I want to do. Hopefully leave a like positive mark on the world, right? Like um in the way that I think best fits, like my passions and my strengths and blessings, right? Um but I think that it's a financial freedom is a mindset more than it is a number, right? Um, but there certainly is a number where it's reasonable to say that you're not there yet, you know? And I think like that's just a raw fact of reality. But financial freedom isn't the only way to achieve freedom, um, nor is it the only way to achieve wealth, right?
Also, it can be a project too, right? Like, you know, it's a work in progress. So, like, whatever it is that you're working on, you know, I've often heard it said that, like, you know, happiness is not the destination, it's the journey.
Yeah.
And like, you know, the process that you have to go through in order to acquire the skills that you need to then apply to get to where you want to be. That's when you become the person. That's when you're becoming the person that you want to be. Once you've already become the person that you want to be, like, you know, that you've reached the destination, but it's like the beauty lies in becoming that person, you know, to begin
Yeah,
with.
absolutely. And I try to look at everything as like
S-
a meditation or a practice, right? Is just by engaging in the practice, and by like truly, and when I say engaging, I mean like to like anything I'm doing, like It could be the most mundane thing. I am that person, right? Like, and having pride in my work definitely helped. But like, it took a long time for me to get there to where now I enjoy like even the labor, even the stuff that everybody understandably hates about working a job and this, that, and the other. Like, it doesn't matter because it's an opportunity for me to improve my practice in that thing. Um, and so like people will be like, "Why do you care about this?" When I'm at work, like it's like little details, and I'm like, "Well, it's not about like this little stupid thing. It's about the fact that I'm putting the same amount of care into everything, and in one way or another, that's going to benefit me, right? It's going to increase the benefits that I receive. Um, is somebody going to notice this little detail on the thing that got done? No. But what they won't notice is like something I can take pride in, right? And
Y-
by doing that, it makes like arduous or tedious tasks um enjoyable, maybe not enjoyable, but um feel productive, right?
Yeah, I mean
Feel
that sort of
purposeful.
stuff can be noticeable too, like to the right people, and it's like
Yep.
beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but it's like, even if someone doesn't notice, like who cares? You know that you did your best. Like I've had some jobs where I was like, dude, this is the worst job on the planet. And like realistically, I knew that there was like, I could have worse jobs that I might be getting paid better for, but like would still be a job that was not very enjoyable at all. And I would just like I'd be like, "Oh, this job is so lame," or like I feel like this is like, really beneath me, or I'm not living up to my potential, but like still, here's where I'm at right now. This is what I have to work with, and I'm going to go and do it and give it my best. And that's what got me through like those years of working for like, basically a shit job for terrible money. I was just like, "Look, you know what? I am I don't always have to take pride in what I do, but I should always take pride in how I do it." And like I would
Mm.
just go above and beyond, even on like the most simple things. Like I would go above and beyond to make sure things were done like extra proper and like everything was like perfect because like I was a perfectionist. Like I still kind of am to some degree, but like before, so even like before even more so like because like I had like insane like OCD that I didn't really exactly know how to cope with other than to just be a like just accept it and accept the nature of it and try to flip it and turn it into like a tool and a gift rather than a curse, like a tool that I could use for my benefit rather than like something that was holding me back. So
Yep.
I would always go above and beyond. And even if nobody noticed, even if my boss never noticed, whatever, it's like
Mm.
I still know that I did that. And I still know that I did the very best that I could. And, a lot of the times I was, and again, like not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but like a lot of times in certain jobs or like, certain occupations, it was like I would look at my other coworkers and like they're not even trying. Like they're not doing their best. They're not even trying. They're slacking. They're dragging ass like they're slacking off and they don't care because they don't take pride in their work. Like they don't even care about the job. Like, they like maybe they quit or maybe they get fired the next day and they wouldn't even give a crap. But it's like, that's not me. And if I like went above and beyond to get a job done and make sure that it was like perfect to my standards, and my boss had anything to say about it, like if he was like, "Oh, well, you didn't do this," or like, "You didn't get this done fast enough," blah blah blah, like I could confidently say to him like, "Look, I'm doing the best that I can. Like I'm doing my best." And it's like I wouldn't be lying about that. If I was slacking off or like there was something I could have done better and I was just too tired or like too overwhelmed or like didn't have the energy or it slipped my mind or I overlooked it, whatever. It's like, then I could say, like, look, I'm sorry. I'll try to do better. But it's like if I know that I did my absolute best at something and they still thought that it wasn't good enough, I'd just be like, look, that's the best that I can do. You know, and like being able to confidently say that is like rewarding enough where it's like, okay, look, sorry you're disappointed, but that is my best. And if that's
Yep,
not good enough, I challenge you to find somebody that can do it even half as good as I just did it.
absolutely. And there's all these cool side effects that you don't like plan for that happen when you do that. You, you increase your pain tolerance or your threshold, right? Um,
Yeah,
and
willpower too.
yeah, absolutely. And ultimately that's gonna mean that like yeah, it's toil at the time, but it means that you're less bothered by the toils of every day. You're less likely to break down. You're less likely to derail goals. You're gonna
Yes,
be
thickens your
you're gonna
skin.
find ways to be happier. You know what I mean? In general, right? Exactly. Thickens your skin, and it's funny. Like now, like people, there's times where like I'm working and like I'm doing 7 different things and like time is time crunch is happening and somebody messed up over here, so now like we gotta kind of overextend what I'm my efficiency, and like I just start going, I get into a flow, and it's sometimes like there'll just be like the client will just be sitting there watching me and like awe, and they're like, how do you like like what made you like this? And I'm like, it's like so hard to explain, but it's like it's what we're talking about. It's these little things that I did along the way. Didn't even really recognize how important they were. I just knew that like I could continue being miserable. I could continue like being a victim, if you will, right? And and it's not to say like that there wasn't validity, that there are things that are wrong with the world shouldn't happen, right? To people. Like it's not that like was outside of my control. But it's not like I've dealt with the worst, and ultimately I could keep being miserable, or I could find a way to be happy
Do
with
what you can to try to change it. Or at least get
yeah.
yourself in a better position to be able to have more power to change it.
And if nothing else, at least like at least you weren't as miserable, right?
Yeah.
like like maybe it's all for naught, but it lowers your stress, lowers your cortisol, lowers like
That
it's it's a mind and body, and like a wholeness and a wellness thing that's directly ties to your ability to enjoy and experience and take action on other things, right?
yeah. I mean, that goes back to like what we are talking about with the law of sacrifice and how like, make like you work to make your money and then like it's not really about the money itself. It's about what the money can buy. And if you if you buy something, right? Like if you work hard and you make the money and you go out and you buy something, what did you get for the money? Was it worth the sacrifice that you put in? Because you sacrificed your time, your energy, your effort, your blood, sweat, and tears in some cases. You made a sacrifice to obtain the money that you then used to obtain something else. What did you spend that money on? And is it of equal, greater, or lesser value than the sacrifice that you made?
Yep.
And you'll kind of have your answer because it's like, okay, I have this, but like it's a lesser value than what I sacrificed. And
You're either
sometimes you
getting
kind of have to
diminishing
just eat
returns or
that.
not.
What?
Sorry. So you're either getting diminishing returns or you're not.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you kind of have to do your best to try to exceed the inflation hurdle, like in this day and age. And like, we talked about like what it would be like to have $1 million, but like honestly, in this day and age, $1 million really isn't that much money. Like, it doesn't go as far as you would think it does, because it's like we have this idea of being a millionaire that we've inherited from the generation before us, where like being a millionaire was actually a big deal. Like, it actually meant
Yep.
a
I
lot.
can't remember the exact
Now it's
number, but
not so
they
much the case.
they've changed it. The definition of I can't remember if it's rich or wealthy, but the like commonly agreed upon or the line is at like 2 point something mil now. So like you can't
Million or
like being a
billion?
million.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 point. So it's probably rich, right? Because I think typically that's
Yeah.
where people stratify rich as like having some money, and wealth is like having generational. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, there's like being rich, which is like you're pretty well off. Like, like you can afford all the stuff you need, you have most of the stuff you want. And then like wealth is like you have beyond that. You have everything you need, everything you want. You don't have to worry about needing extra money to be able to afford them for an extended period of time. On top of that, you also have a bunch of assets and like other stuff like like other avenues to where your money's working for you. Like you have assets, businesses, whatever. That's wealth. Something that like you can always fall back on. Even if you took a hit in one area, you've got so many extra other areas that are generating income for you that you don't have to worry about it. Like I'd say that's wealth. And then there's like generational wealth, which is like your
Like
kids and your grandkids will not even ever have to worry about these things because of the effort that you put in to obtain
yep.
that generational wealth.
Although I've thought about it, and I was like, if I became independently wealthy and developed generational wealth, I think um I'd still push them through the struggle. Like maybe there's aspects that like there's traumas that I would try to help them circumvent, because there's traumas that I think people like are just inherently unhealthy for people that come with certain things. And but I want like I think one of the greatest aspects of my wealth is that I didn't come like from complete destitution or anything, but um we were in debt when I was like in high school. You know what I mean? Like almost the house kind of thing. And um so like the struggle, like I had to go through it. And there wasn't a rainy day fund. There was a lot of things that like I just had to kind of grit and bear, right? um but that I think was super integral to driving me to the point where I am now, where um deep and strong, and um a far vision for my aspirations, right? And like I want that. I think it builds character, right? So like I've thought about that, and it's like you know yeah, I think there's a reasonable, you know there's comforts that I'd like to have, and things that I'd like to have available to them that didn't have. But I also, I think it's important to teach people not to get too comfortable, and um, you see it like if things are handed to you, generally you don't learn their true value, and you don't learn the effects that you have on people, and that can generate into like um this sort of like guilt complex, but also like power complex, and people can get really twisted that way. And I think it's important to still learn that that struggle, and to learn what everybody else is going. And I think it's good as a perspective, and it's healthy. um
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be a captain of the ship, you got to know what it takes to run the ship. Like you got to know what each and every individual crewmate's job is, how it works, and like be a master of all those things, like to be able to effectively be the captain. But it's interesting what you said about like not being too comfortable because um, actually, what my the the guy that I had mentioned earlier, my clinician, had told me, like I was explaining a lot of the struggles that I was having and going through. And I was like, every time it seems like I'm getting to a point where I'm making some progress, like, and I'm starting to get like, comfortable with where I'm at, and like, was starting to get like confident with where I'm at, and like moving up, like basically elevating my life experience, it's like something happens that just completely crushes all the plans that I had um to further progress, because it's like I got a whole big wrench thrown in the plan, and then that created another hurdle, another struggle, another setback or whatever that prevented me from progressing. I'm like, I just don't understand why that has to keep happening. Like it seems like an endless cycle of I solve one problem, and then as soon as that problem is solved and I start to feel comfortable with where I'm at, another problem arises that's even worse, and like it just screws with my whole vibe and mojo, and it's sort of like I have to reset all over again, and like start to then have to fix the next problem, which is like I feel like I never have a time to be just um I never have a time to just be complacent or like content with what I have,
Yeah, it makes the
and
progress
he
not
said,
feel like progress sometimes.
yeah. So he said, "Disturb me, Lord," and I was like, "What?" And then he
Mm.
came up with this whole like sort of like prayer thing. He said like, "Disturb me when I get too comfortable," blah blah blah, and like basically the point of it was like those sort of struggles, they're almost like they're meant to be there to help you grow,
Yep.
and like you shouldn't be too comfortable. Like you should always be in a place where if you're starting to get too comfortable, like you should be taken down a notch to where like you then have to struggle more in order to gain like a new set of skills to overcome the adversity that you're facing, and that's what helps you grow as a person. And like this is what he was trying to
Yeah.
express to me, that like it's valuable to experience hurdles and setbacks and stuff like that, because it helps you to grow.
Yeah, and I think
um
it's actually unavoidable, right? Like I think that's actually,
yeah.
if there's anything that we can like kind of like that I would say like is the point of life, it's progress, and the only way you have progress is like that we could probably all agree on in some sense, right? Is the the point in life is to like learn to grow at very least, right? And there's the only way to do that is hardship. And also, I'm a firm believer like as above, tough at the bottom. And
Your mic is doing that thing that's cutting out
uh,
again.
sorry, tough at the top, tough at the bottom, as above, so. And um, like more money, more problems, right? So like
Yeah.
the the thing is um, and that's also one of the reasons I want my kids to understand and to know what it's like a bit to start from the ground up. I mean, you'll never be able to experience if they have wealth completely, right? Because they'll have a savings, but um like to teach that's super important because it's also like the only way to ultimately, I think, find happiness is to go through that to the point that you um learn contentness, and the only way to learn contentness is to have things or to not have things that you want, and to figure out like that those things aren't what make you happy, right? That if you can be content with your things, then the value that you put on the things you have becomes much greater. um so like it's like this guy was talking about his kid, and like her their I can't remember if it was a boy or girl, but their toy broke, and they were sad. And I remember like he goes to throw it out. um no, don't do that, I want to learn to fix it. And he realized, like, because he was just gonna buy him. It's like, oh, it's fine, I'll buy you another one. They were like, no, I want to fix it. And so he like pulled up YouTube, and the kid like learned to fix their toy. And he was like, yeah, like why would I stand in the way of that kind of progress? And that's like like that's contentness, right? Because it's like, oh no, it's broken. I guess I'll have to figure out how to make it work. Um, and instead of crying over spilt milk, it's like, okay, well, it's spilt milk. Now the cat can have it, or whatever, right? It's um, I see that like it, and that's the thing that I think taught me that like it doesn't matter where you're at. I used to envy, but now I admire. I admired the people that like like even like there's like I've seen like illegal immigrants that were living in terrible conditions, working for like very little money, and at the end of the day had a smile on their face. You know, and that's I admire that anybody that could be going through potentially a harsher reality than myself. That you know what I mean, that can be content, and it made me like kind of humble me because man, like I thought my problems were bad, but like I've seen some of the places some of these guys live, and I'm not making an argument for I guess they're just talking about the reality is like it's like 16 of them in this tiny it's not easy. Um but I saw them like smiling and laughing in this one neighborhood, that I used to live in, and that taught me like that's contentness, right? It's like you can be miles away from the people that you love, working for not a lot of money and living in what other people would consider uninhabitable um, spaces and still smile with all of the risk and and that's something something special, right? So that's like I think the most important part about hardship that like you can't teach, but only I think only hardship can, and also only the character that's built from hardship uh, can build into, right? Oh, the other one was struggle is universal, but experience is unique.
Yeah, and I mean everyone's journey is unique. I think it's basically like as far as the meaning of life, I think that's like debatable and like subjective. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
I personally think, and like each like it's based on your individual human experience, like the the way that you develop as a person. Like it's gonna basically um define what you think the meaning of life is. So like for me, I kind of think like the meaning of life is to survive and procreate and like, pass your genetics and like if you're a human, like pass your knowledge on to the next generation. And
Mhm.
we have life here on the planet, like it's all over the planet. And as far as we know, we haven't discovered much of it out there in the observable universe, or at least not that we could see or detect easily. But I would, I mean, I would theorize that the universe is teeming with life. And it's with how vast the universe is. I think that it's almost like statistically impossible for us to be the
Yeah,
only life out there.
I think
So
it's a
what
more higher probability in the same way. Yeah.
I think that, but I do think that life is very unique. Like it's a very, like statistically speaking, like there's a very low probability that you're going to have a planet that has the right star, that the right size star, that it's the right distance from that star. It's the right size, all the stuff, all the conditions have to be perfect. Like it's for on Earth here, we need liquid water for life, which we have that. But it's not just H2O, it's liquid water. Like there's plenty of H2O out in the universe, but it's all frozen. We need liquid
Mhm.
water, like essential for life, at least here on planet Earth.
Yep.
So life is clearly unique. Now, like human life in a human experience, like there's a very small chance that you're even born human. Like it's like somebody told me the stat is like you have like 1 in 17 trillion chance of actually being born a human. So I think that human beings are actually like very special and unique in and of themselves. And although there is like a very basic, like fundamental instinctual nature to like what I think the meaning of life is, I think that what human beings actually are, we are part of the universe, right? Everything that we're made up of, like comes from something that was in the universe. Like energy can't be created or destroyed; it can only be transformed. Some of that energy has been transformed into the components that, in ingredients that make up a human being, a human body. But what is our brain? And it like without getting into like anything like spiritual or like metaphysical about like who we are, like having a soul or whatever that is, I think that what we are as human beings, having the type of brain that we have, that is unique and is capable of conscious thought and creativity and like like curiosity and all these things, I think that what we actually are, the human experience, and our purpose and what we actually are, is that we are the part of the universe that is attempting to understand itself. Because we ask
Mm,
questions and we think
I've heard
about
this
like,
before and I like it.
what is the universe? How does it work? What are the laws? All this. We ask these questions. And eventually, we find the answers. But then, with every answer, it spawns two more questions, and then we continue being curious. Our curiosity drives us to learn the answer to each and every question that we come across. So I don't think it's really possible to know everything because, like Albert Einstein, when he was asked why you like about his theory of relativity and all that, he was asked like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you so passionate about this? Um, and he said, I want to know the mind of God. Because it's like that's like if you were like without even like being religious or anything, it's like if you were to think of like what is the universe as a whole, like as an entity itself and all of its intricacies, if you were to know everything about it and what is contained within it and all of its inner workings, you would essentially know like the mind of God, right? If you believe that the universe essentially and everything within it is essentially is God. That could
Yeah,
be one
I tend
perspective,
to
but
theorize that like that we're basically just microorganisms of a greater organism, and we just don't like have, because of the way our perspective works, we don't have the awareness of it. Um,
yeah, I
or
mean, who's to say that the universe is not conscious itself? I mean, it might be unconscious, but like we are the part of it that is conscious. And
I mean,
because of that, we're the part of the universe that's attempting to understand itself. We might not ever know everything because every time we find a question, every time we find the answer to a question, we have two more arise, and then like we try to now we have two questions to answer that, and once we answer those two, we have four more new ones. So it's like
yeah.
even if you were to find the answer to each and every question that could possibly be asked, and you somehow knew everything that there was to know in the universe, then something else would happen.
As
like
far as I know,
like
there's no
something
limit
new and different would happen.
the, to the amount of decimal points you can put on a number, right? Like if you go deeper, there's always more deeper, and um, the reason I theorize that we are like that the collective is God, maybe the whole universe, or that is a one or the other is is a reflection of the other idea, basically, is um if you look at like stars and the planet, like the solar system, right? It's not that dissimilar from like a molecule, right? Or a bunch of molecules, and or cells, like even like especially like galaxies and stuff. They kind of look very similar to the way cells do. When you look down on the micro. So if the most reasonable deduction that I can make is that we're just a giant organism, and we're just like the mitochondria or the white bloods or whatever we are, or you know, whichever way it is. But
Yeah, like almost like every atom is its own like tiny universe. Like
yeah,
you know
well,
what I mean?
like
Or like
these
we're
fractals.
just part of like a big atom, or like an atom that could be small in relative to like a larger like being or something.
Yeah, and I think that's why like like fractalize, recurring fractals is like such a weird thing to kind of like experience for the first time, and it's kind of reminiscent of something. And I think it's because that does very much align with we are part of the that's um trying to be aware of itself, or becoming aware of itself. But uh I really so I tend to theorize that yeah, we're probably not I agree. I think it's pretty rare. But like, all that being said, right? Like, even if you go back down to the basis of um like, if the purpose of life is to like procreate and to learn, right? Like, that's progress. Like, I can't see a reason for that other than to expand consciousness, or to expand knowledge or advancement or technology, some sort of expansion. Or maybe that's just because we are a parasite and we don't realize that our purpose is expansion, but maybe that's actually like super unhealthy. And who knows, you
Well, I
know?
mean, everything that we have and know started from the building blocks of somebody else. You know, so like
Yep.
there was like that first person, and like I was saying, like everything that exists today started as a thought. Well, everything that we know today also started as a thought. And like somebody asked, "What is this? How does it work?" And like, why is it the way that it is? Like, like
Even the
at some
words we
point,
use to define like what a bird
it,
is. How do you know what a bird is, right?
yeah, that's another. I actually have another thing to bring up. Like that brings us back to like another thing we were talking about earlier, but the actual curiosity of like of figuring it out and like that being unique to us is like some person at some point in the history of the world was the first person that asked why, you know, and like from there, them trying to figure it out, like maybe they figured something out and then they died, right? But before they died, they passed on what they had learned to somebody else, and then that person took that knowledge and they started to build on it, and they continue to pursue like knowledge, like pursue a higher knowledge on that subject, and they learned everything that they could about it, and they progressed as much as they could in that like regard or in that subject, and then they died. But before they died, they passed on their knowledge to somebody else that was younger, and then that person built on it. So everything that we know today, like you could go back to like uh, you know uh Isaac Newton, or like uh you know Copernicus, or
Yep.
who's some of these other like Galileo. Yeah, I mean all these guys like that are um staples in human history, that they all learned something and then decided to build on that knowledge and then pass that knowledge on to future generations, so that that future generation could then build on what they had built. So it's all like all of the knowledge and wisdom and like scientific advancement that we have now is like attributed to like countless generations of people like contributing to this like collective consciousness, if you will, this like
Well,
sort of idea and theory of how things work. And like then you've got your guys like Einstein coming along, and like Werner von Braun, and like all these people that like started creating all these things that dove us further into technological advancement. Then you come into stuff like modern day, where you have like your Steve Jobs and everything, like before the iPhone. Like remember what things were like before the iPhone? Like the iPhone made it like
I mean, like
he
back when there were
understood.
iPods.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
movies? No,
Well, I mean,
sorry.
before iPods, it's like we had
Another.
CD players. Before CD players, we had cassettes, and like before
The
cassettes, there
swap
were
media.
records. You
Yeah.
know, and it's like you know it's like now we just continue to progress and advance and refine this technology, and we're able to do that because we have a deeper understanding of how it works. And like once we've mastered the concept of how something works, we can then try to either expand on that and improve the design, or we can just use like newly obtained knowledge in order to completely redesign something. You know, like that's what like engineers do, like these people that are engineers for like like for cars
Have you ever
and
heard
stuff.
the theory about like Duncan Trussell talks about it about like this whole everything you're talking into the progression of building AI, and basically like that we're as a species trying to create like the machine god that will also likely destroy us, but like it's yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Oh
But
yeah, that was the point I was trying to make, was like basic. So I have this friend who's like also kind of like one of my mentors, named Static. I don't know if you've heard of him or
yeah,
ever met
I
him, but
remember Static.
um
He was the one that called the all time high being all time high so far, at least until unless
what,
we
for this
reach
cycle?
another. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's the
He's
only
made some
one,
other
but
pretty good calls too.
yeah.
But like basically I was talking to him the other night, or well, talking to him and a group of people the other night, and we were discussing things like AI and robotics and stuff like that, and we're like, where do we think this is going? Like, is this going to be like a ultimately like a really good thing for us? Are we going to progress as humanity, or like are we going down the tubes? And he was like, honestly, I think that we're building our replacement. Like, I think we like subconsciously know as human beings that like we might not survive long enough to be able to achieve like interstellar travel or whatever. At least if we don't progress further on our, we don't make strides to like, you know, try to get further, you know, down the line to a point where it's like, okay, if we absolutely have to leave, we have the means to do so. Until we can accomplish that, we're sort of like at the mercy of like whatever comes our way, like whether it be like a massive like solar flare or like coronal ejection or whatever, or like if it's
I mean,
you know,
I think long before that, the planet will call us itself. I think it will wipe us off if it's between the planet surviving and us continuing this not the best or most sustainable path. You
well, I
know.
mean,
Mm.
everyone's like, "Oh, pollution, pollution! You're killing the Earth," and blah blah blah. It's like, listen, the Earth has been here for 4 billion years. The Earth will be
Yeah.
fine. We're the ones that are screwed. Like, it's not that like we're gonna be killing the Earth. The Earth can fix itself. It's been through like, you know, periods where it's just like basically molten lava, and it's also been like completely frozen or whatever. Like, the Earth will fix
Yeah.
itself. It's perfectly capable of doing that. Like, nothing
It
that
seems
we
like
can.
anytime any species has been like too dominant or too dangerous, it's been wiped out pretty much. Like,
Well, so I guess the question now is like, so if like we could be building robots and AI powered robots that are essentially meant to replace us, and like you can see that, I guess, one of two ways. One would be if we if we eventually go extinct as a species, the machines, essentially, if you will still exist after us, and like they maybe become, you know, self-aware.
yeah.
They start building on themselves or whatever, and then eventually that somehow the technology itself, without being held back by humans, progresses to a point where the technology, the artificial intelligence itself, is able to put itself out into the universe and perform, you know, like high levels of space travel and stuff like that. The
It's
other
also
theory
possible
would
that
be,
like a really rudimentary, like or like organic based like first prototype of like um robotic AIs, right? Like, and we just don't know it because we think that we're human, or we think that like what I mean? Like, um,
it,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I feel pretty organic. Like I definitely feel like I have, you know, levels of I have
We're programmable, aren't we? And
I mean we are.
for some reason, we seem to like to train ourselves on information,
I mean
don't we?
we are programmable, but I feel like I have enough like instinctual things, like instinctual impulses that
Oh,
drive me to know like,
you mean like
okay,
basic criteria programmed into you?
yeah, man, like I
Right.
mean like
So
like food, water, sex, sleep, that kind of stuff that, you know,
like
we
power, sleep
y-
mode,
yeah,
um,
we've got,
replication. Sorry.
in order to get that stuff, right? We have to put in effort. Um, I mean, like to some degree, like even with sleep, to some degree, it takes some effort for some people. But I mean, if you're hungry and you need food and there's no way to get it other than to go out and hunt, then you're gonna be out there hunting,
Yep.
you know, or you're gonna
So
be out there picking berries or something.
yeah, but like okay, so like if we were, made with a more um basic elemental like forge, if you will, right? Then it would take more basic elemental resources to power and to drive. Look, not. I
Well,
don't think that's the most likely theory, but I always find
I don't think we're like engineered. Like I think we are organic beings, and like, you know, whether you um whether you believe we have a soul or whether there's like a metaphysical like a dimension or whatever, like that's all like, you know, depending on what your beliefs are. But like I think that we are like organic beings, and like most of our being is natural, right? I do believe that we could have had some sort of intervention from another type of being that helped guide us towards a certain path of progression, and you know, maybe we had some sort of biological intervention as well from an, like, you know, an outside source, you know, maybe something extraterrestrial or whatever. But I mean, that's sort of speculation. I mean, there's some evidence that could
yeah,
support that theory, but I mean, there's also evidence that could support the theory that like, yeah, we just like somehow randomly showed up
like
on the planet.
spawn or yeah. I like the theory that we are basically just stardust and like that we exploded out of the stars and then hit a planet that had a climate and turned into a multitude of animal bacteria and humans and or maybe we were here at the same time as the animals, I don't know. But like it kind of it kind of tracks because we are carbon based creatures, right? Um the I think like so I think the most well and so kind of here's the thing, right? Is like
As far as our
AI
understanding of what carbon is.
yeah, AI is plausibly, like assuming that we're not like the older, more rudimentary of AI, right? AI is made in our image, right? Because we make it in our image, we train it on us, right? And even the fact we consider the idea that we might one day try to give them like these, you know, like self awareness and like personality matrices and all this stuff. That's like trying to replicate the idea of a soul in in a machine, right? Um, Even with all that, I still think like so like progress is the point, right? It, it's the only thing that really makes sense. And I wonder if like, and this is kind of I think this is one of the theories that I've heard that maybe that we subconsciously have realized that like we are if we continue um if we cannot find the answers already that like it's like leading to the destruction of not just us but like you know maybe all if not many other species on the planet and that some trigger has triggered within us that is like a mechanism designed like a failsafe, right? Not dissimilar to like putting failsafes in um AI, but that we're developing the machine god to create a higher intelligence because we have not reached whatever point we would need to evolve to space travel or or to interstellar travel or whatever. And it's us building the thing to call us before we all get called by the planet or destroy the planet, or destroy life itself. And
Funny that you mentioned that because the other theory that we had discussed, or like, maybe speculate on, is that okay? So either AI and robots replace us, right, and we just go extinct, or but they survive and they carry on our legacy, or what if so then it becomes the question of like, what do we master first, this whole AI and robotics thing to replace us before it's too late, or do we master space travel and be able to get out there? So like, what I would think is that hopefully, like, what's most optimistic would be, clearly, like, as human beings, like, we have a lifespan, like we don't live forever, like eventually because of entropy, like we all age and die. Everything does. Like, that's sort of like a universal law. Like, everything that's
inevitable, yeah.
living, like, ages and dies. Yeah, it's inevitable. Like, there's no getting away from it. You can extend your life if you do certain things, but I mean, at the end of it, it's like, we all will die someday. So us as a species, going extinct, that's sort of a serious threat, because if one of our if sort of like the primary purposes of life is to survive, then we have a major conundrum there, because eventually, like, we're not going to be able to be on this planet anymore. So we have to master space travel if we're going to survive.
Yeah.
So what if what it takes is that we actually don't get replaced by AI, but we master AI and robotics, and computing and programming to such a degree where we can actually implant our consciousness into a machine, and our human consciousness is living within the machine, and we would then essentially be extending our own life indefinitely. Like, if you were
Well,
about to die, but then you could transport your consciousness either into a robotic being,
yeah,
or like maybe like a cybernetic organism, like a
we're
new
creating a
body that.
cybernetic afterlife, right? And I think that whether or not that's like the primary goal or like a collective goal, like that certainly is the goal of some people, right? Is to be able to create um a recording, if you will. It's a way to
To live on after death,
extend,
like,
yeah, to extend the
essentially.
legacy and the knowledge and
Dude,
and
just
what's
to land the
interesting.
plane, just to land the plane real quick,
Yeah, go, sorry,
like,
sorry,
sort
sorry.
of the the point that I was getting at was that, like, if we're able to do that, maybe that's what we need to accomplish in order to ensure our survival long enough to be able to master space travel and actually be able to go out and explore and see if there's other planets that, have life or have intelligence, like, in some form. And we, like, maybe that's the only way that we can survive long enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, in order to accomplish space travel, and like, what's being sent out into space is like an extended version of a life, like a cybernetic organism that is an extended version of one's life that was able to get us to that point.
I actually think that's like from a macro perspective, that's actually the more pessimistic thing, right? Because if the only way to survive because of the path that we're on is to deploy our most advanced technology to be able to get to space travel, the amount of resources that it takes would imply that we probably shouldn't be going anywhere else, right? Because if we couldn't make it on this planet and we're unsustainable here, then we're just spreading to more planets and becoming unsustainable there. So then, like, all of the knowledge that we've gained Potentially. Now that being, that's assuming that we don't do that to then go and like wherever, by doing so we eventually to learn to be like in harmony or synergistic or symbiotic with our planets instead of parasitic, or with the universe, right?
I mean, that would be ideal. I think that like we're if we go, I think the idea of scarcity is is based on the idea that we can't leave this planet. Like if we're stuck here, then what's on the planet already, that's all that we have, and eventually it's going to run out. But if we're able to go out into the universe, there's such like just as a counterpoint, like if we're able to go out into the universe, the universe is so vast and abundant with resources that there wouldn't be the same sort of idea of lack. Like we wouldn't be lacking anything. We're lacking things. We're lacking resources now because they're limited and finite. But if we can explore the universe, they wouldn't be limited or finite anymore.
Well,
You know what I mean?
that's making a lot of assumptions, because like the thing is, yes, for a time, right? But if we continue to expand and continue to expand and continue to develop, further interstellar space travel, and then then we're just using all the things. The only way that that is of ultimate purpose is if there's a purpose to this gain of knowledge that um makes it worth the resources that we've the resources and strides we've made, and the things we've destroyed in our wake to do so. Like I'm saying this from it's a hard argument to make, because obviously from the human perspective we want to live, right? And we want to carry on, and for whatever reason, we're
It's
here and
instinctual.
this and that, right? Yeah, absolutely. It's the will to survive is instinctual, I think, to most animals, right? Um, although until you get to certain things hive mind species, they do not have that same drive. They have what's for the good of the colony, although in some sense they do, because what's for the good of the colony is for the colony to be alive, right? But the as an individual, they um and that's actually another. So I met a guy. He was he's the chairman for the board for the hackathon at MIT. He was telling me about the research he was doing. They were using, so they were studying the patterns and trails and behaviors, or behavioral patterns, um, and logistical formations, basically, or functions of ants, and comparing them to human psychology. And I guess he'd made some headway there. I mean, this was 6 or 7 years ago. But he apparently made some headway at being able to at least correlate ant hive mind behavior to human behavior, and or human pathology. And so it's plausible that we are not, because the idea of hive mind is that it doesn't imply or not imply, it doesn't necessitate that there is awareness of being in a hive mind structure, and it's more than possible, especially when we're talking about this purpose as being to advance, right? That we are just not aware that we species as well. and like
Like we're not aware of our own social construct, like our own
well,
like sort of collective consciousness.
yeah, right, like well
Like we
like
have a hive mind, but we're not aware of it.
yeah, exactly. And like you think about like when they talk about like telepathy and stuff like this, which I think I I do think like there's a part of our brain that does that, or at least at some point had the ability to communicate on a different level, right? That I think has been changed over time with the change in our environments and the development of languages, like regional differences. Like once we develop like verbal, you wouldn't have a need for telepathic communication as much, and that would have been more like early, hunter gatherers, and
You think it
you
dulled
know,
our sense and ability to do that?
huh?
Like the creation of verbal language, do you think that dulled our ability to be able to like communicate telepathically? Because I feel like animals can do it, man. Like I feel
Well,
like animals can communicate with each other telepathically to some degree.
I think intuition is that, right? Like, because if you think, because there is nonverbal language, right? And that sort of is the same concept, right? Is if you don't have to say something to somebody and you're both aware of the situation that's unfolding, and you act in collaboration without having to say a word, that's not dissimilar from the idea of telepathy, right? And
Well, I mean, is
people,
that based off of like knowledge that you've both obtained already? So like you're already like fully aware of the situation and how to deal with it. So like you both just like great minds think alike and you both have the same thought at the same time, or you think like just if neither of you have any prior knowledge on the situation, but you both have a feeling about it that's like virtually identical and you act on it like at the same
or
time.
you're communicating via body language, like that's and telepathy in essence, right, is the idea is communicating without using words. I think true, like if probably be communication with which I would think basically makes sense to be like you're understanding or sharing an understanding based off of like the energy that you're sensing, and that's why you don't have to communicate it because it's visceral, right? Um, so if like that is now like again, not saying this is how it works, but if that's how it works, right? Then that would suggest that we are hive mind creatures, right? If there was a time before we had defined language, defined words to explain things, then like how else would we have functioned and survived with dinosaurs and stuff? Like if dinosaurs are real, which I think they are. But who knows?
I think that's what we're burning in our car.
So I'm telling.
I mean, right? A bunch of dinosaurs were here. They died. Like, they melted and rotted in the ground, and eventually became this sludge that we then started pumping out of the earth, and we called it oil. We started to refine that oil and
Yeah,
into different types of fuel like gasoline, and now the dinosaurs power our internal combustion engines. Like
yeah.
even the dead dinosaurs that died, 50 million years ago, they're still of great use and value to us as a species because like
Yeah,
they're,
there's the greatest argument that one day it would just be better if we were somebody else's fuel.
yeah, I mean we could be.
No, I don't know if it's
I
better,
mean
but
it might take 65 million years, but if we're still here and we're in the ground, like somebody could be digging us up, like
maybe
no
Sushi
shit,
out
like
is that that moment. Maybe that's our time to shine, or melt.
yeah, some other species is like, yes, we finally made it to space because we dug up this oil that's left underground.
Have you heard of our so like there's scientists who discovered that was most likely the precursor, if evolution is real, right? what is most likely the precursor to apes in our evolution, if you will, would have been you remember like the squirrel from Ice Age?
Yeah, that dude's wild.
So apparently that whatever that creature actually is called, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's like Leopleur or something. But not Leopleurodon. It's Lea something. But whatever it's called was it was like, you know, bigger than a squirrel. It was but it was a scavenger, and it has the it has it's the earliest thing that we found that we can trace back that has the part of the brain that we consider to be responsible for um, the advancement to what we know now, human consciousness, or what we differentiate from other animals in terms of consciousness, um, and like critical thinking. You know, one of the building blocks for the conscious brains that we have. Again, there's a lot of caveats there. You know, if evolution is real, if because that's not, you know, like it's a commonly believed theory, but it is still a theory. Um, and there are other, opposing theories as well. So, um, but yeah, which is super interesting. And like the first time I read it, I'm like sitting and I was looking around at all my friends, and all the generates I knew, and I was like, man, like he totally does look like a squirrel just trying to get a nut, right? And it's true, he was. But uh, you know, and like,
You mean that in the way that I think you mean
yeah, you heard it right. But so and I mean it. Like I was like, man, it's unfortunate. He looks like kind of squirrely, so but it was like I started looking around and I started thinking. So it like kind of innately made sense, and I was like, it was weird. It was a little eerie. But the theory being that like we were scavenging when the dinosaurs were around, and plausibly that we maybe interbred with uh, Neanderthals or something. But point being that we were
But
these little
where did
scavengers.
we come from? Like, if we breeded with Neanderthals, then how the hell did we get here in the first place?
Well,
You
that
know, like,
that I mean, well, so I mean, the running theory, I think is most commonly believed when it comes to evolution is that we started plausibly started as stardust, Big Bang. Um, as we flew through space, we and environments changed. We turned into bacteria. The bacteria grew and thrived in the water, and then we turned into like
fish.
frog and fish or whatever, whatever it was.
Yeah, came up on land, got
Yeah,
legs,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. So like that's saying that.
But that explains how like monkeys came about and how like Neanderthals came, like if they evolved into like Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, whatever. Then,
Yeah.
but like, but people always say like, oh, like at some point we must have breeded with Neanderthal. It's like, okay, well, if there was another intelligent form of human that was more intelligent than Neanderthal, that's then breeded with Neanderthal, then where the hell did that more intelligent form come from? You
Well,
know, unless it
no.
was an intervention from another
Maybe
species.
it was just a mutation of cross species breeding that somehow was compatible enough to create life, which is yeah. There's a lot of yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
somebody brought up a theory to me that like when we started eating meat, because like originally we only ate like nuts and like freaking plants and shit, but when we started eating meat, it like meat has a certain enzyme in it that allows us to like it somehow enables us to have like some sort of like greater potential like in our brain activity or our brain development, which caused us to,
Is like an effect
become more intelligent.
or it's like an effect. It was a like lucky side effect that was not as bad as Kuru, but like kind of in the same vein. um, which Kuru is what you get from cannibalizing people. It's not good. But
Yeah, I mean, but
I
it could have been like a mutation, like you said, like different types of
it's also
thing.
very plausible that it was that our consciousness is actually derived from some form of parasite that we all have, right, from like forever ago. Because I don't know if you've ever you ever heard of, I think it's toxoplasmosis is what I'm thinking of. It's the parasite that like it'll enter into like a rat, and then the rat will run out, and then it uses that to jump to the cat, and then it'll go like all the way up the chain to us, and is believed to be responsible for like um fights and like human aggression, or not aggression, but like human undue rage, like road rage and all sorts of things. But yeah, they say like 60% of car accidents are caused by people infected with toxoplasmosis, I believe, or something like that. I might be mixing up two different parasites, but
No,
the
I mean
point
that
being,
sounds weird. I've never heard of that. I'll have to look into it though.
yeah, it can like make its host basically expose itself to danger, um so that it can jump hosts. And like, so if there's parasites that can do that, maybe it really is like, maybe we think we have this like grand, and in reality we're just a parasite waiting for a big,
A bigger host to jump to.
yup. And maybe that's aliens, right? But who knows?
I don't know.
Or
I
maybe
kind of like to think that we had intervention from an extraterrestrial species, but I mean, it can be explained
I think so
like
too.
multiple different ways.
That's a theory that I like. I don't know, um until we have like enough evidence. It's like it's a tough one, right? Because there's a lot of reasonable, statistically probable assumptions, but it is a lot of assumptions to get to that. Whereas kind of like the parasite thing, like it's less assumptions, I would say, or it's less steps of assumption is the only difference. Um, because we know it does exist, and it does have the ability to at least control lower lower cognitive species, but also like I said, there is like, it is statistically trackable that it is at least involved in a lot of aggression. Um, and it's crazy,
This whole
like,
parasite thing.
yeah, the toxoplasmosis. And if toxoplasmosis can do that, who knows if we even realize that, how, what parasites like have been around since before all that like maybe inside of us. There's a lot of like really, I mean, there's so many theories when it comes to what creates consciousness.
Yeah, there's so
But
much stuff that like we don't know. We can only theorize on or speculate on or whatever. But
yeah,
there's also but the question is why? Why are we able to do that? That's the real question. There's also this other thing called the stoned ape theory, where it's like, I guess in a nutshell, it was like these monkeys or orangutans, chimpanzees, whatever we evolved from, like found themselves in an area where they um started eating like more exotic stuff, and like they found these
mm,
mushrooms,
yeah,
and because they ate those mushrooms, it caused their brain to develop in a certain, like, I don't know if it was psilocybin mushrooms or what, like it was, but it was probably something of that nature, and it caused like different pathways, like neurological pathways, to open in their brain that they didn't use before. And as a result of that, they ended up evolving in a different way that made them more intelligent. And then we eventually, evolved into like that Cro-Magnon type Neanderthal type thing, type species,
No,
I guess.
it could also just be bacteria. So like we tend to look at bacteria as like a negative, and like diseases like viruses as um we forget that what one of the functions that they have is modifying modifying our genes, modifying different chemicals within us. And so um it's it's basically, the theory goes that as as we progressed, as we mutated, and as bacteria and viruses, that um those were essentially, and it's very much mushroom both, right? And that mushrooms are like just maybe an alien form of that, but that each time we've had, like these pandemics, and maybe the purpose or reason they exist in the first place and have happened for, you know, generations, if not aeon, is that those things are like data downloads. And so as they're modifying our genes, at some point they might have modified the point where we had developed what we considered to be human consciousness. And the mushroom one gets even deeper, because there's some theory about that we have new species of mushrooms that come in, that we can't identify where they, more than possible that that's just a mutation, or like a strain that's mutating to spread to a new environment, right? And because like mushrooms, we do know have that.
For survival.
Yeah, like puffballs exist so that they can like spread across desert or oceans, right? Like they puff the spores up into the air, but like they are just a different like a different mutation of another mushroom. Same with truffles.
Yeah,
Truffles exist so that
they've
they can
adapted.
survive by the animals, by the like
They've
by
adapted
growing.
to their environment.
Yeah, and mushrooms also, like mycelium networks, are very similar in function to the way that our brains work, which is super interesting. But the theory goes that like mushrooms may actually be alien, and that they are what it is that these are spores that came from potentially either our former home planet, or our uh, if there was like a benevolent or a more intelligent species of some kind of alien that had its own, or that is like our father species, if you will, or whatever.
Had
That,
its own what? I missed
oh,
what you said.
so basically that these mushrooms are coming and being sent here as either arriving here from another planet that either maybe we lived on, or other human or intelligent life, or that they are the intelligent life from some other planet, or just from planets that have like died before. And those funguses grow much like we grew as bacteria, and into beings, and they don't grow into beings, they grow into mushrooms. And when these spores come in, they're basically providing different data downloads, and they're also serving a multitude of purposes, including like, so mushrooms will grow. They help decay like trees, like rotting trees, faster. So like they speed up some of the processes. They're incredibly symbiotic and sometimes parasitic, right? So they they also can reduce or soak up the toxicity in an environment. And so it's possible, the theory runs that basically some benevolent species or our former species, right, um, is sending them, or that they are just naturally arriving from, somewhere where there was higher intelligence, or at least as high intelligence or whatever. And
Suppose that.
these things are coming in to solve the problems that we are failing at. So
How do you suppose it would have got here though? Like
asteroids,
if it
asteroids and
uh
comets.
so you think it would have come here naturally, like from another planet that like maybe has already been
Potentially.
destroyed, but that bacteria still exists and like survived
Yeah,
on an asteroid that made its way here?
yeah. And if you think about the resilience of mushrooms and their ability to adapt and evolve to spread across the entire planet, it's which is insane, right? Like the truffle and the puffball thing is like, when I realized that they were that they were just evolutions of already existing mushrooms, that so that they could make it across environments that otherwise they would have been able to spread across, is absolutely insane. When you think about that, that sounds pretty alien, right? That sounds
Yeah.
Mm. That doesn't sound like something why would it need to spread across if it was already here? And again, very theoretical, but a lot of assumptions there as well. But it kind of does add up. Maybe that's how they program.
Remember we were talking
It's
about how
like,
like your struggle, like the struggle is what helps you learn the skills that are necessary
yep.
to progress. Like obviously, like it sounds to me like these mushrooms, like they faced some amount of struggle that forced them to adapt and evolve to a point where they could then more effectively, reproduce or transfer their
Maybe
species.
they were the precursor to us as AI, and we're the precursor to the machine god AI that we're. And that's it gets deep, dude. And it's kind of I don't know. I actually think it's not the most unreasonable deduction to make, um, especially being that mycelium networks basically mimic or function in the same way that our brains um, work, in terms of being able to send electricity across and communicate and send programs, signals. Um,
That's the other thing that's weird is that like our brain, like the human brain, is like the most complex thing that we ever come across. Like we're not even close to understanding it or how
or
it
so we
works.
think.
Like we know more about the universe than we know
I,
about how our own brain works.
I still think octopuses are smarter than us, and
Oh yeah, I'd say so
I think
too.
cats.
Yeah,
I think cats are way smarter than us. Like, they run us, man.
dude.
They
Yeah, bro. Like
they
people are like, oh,
domesticated them, and we thought we domesticated them.
yeah.
Why?
They're like, they're like, yo, freaking aliens don't exist. It's like, okay, well, hear me out. What if cats are aliens that came here and they basically enslaved humanity and we didn't even
Okay,
realize that it happened? Like
there's a movie about this.
we clean their poop, we feed them, and like we pet them, we buy them
I
toys and stuff,
mean,
whatever.
we worship them as gods in some cultures.
Yeah, like
So,
in ancient Egypt, they worship the cats basically.
and not just in ancient Egypt. Um, but yeah. Also, here's the thing. Have you ever noticed? You ever seen a cat and it looks like it's talking to something and there's nothing there? And
Yeah,
um, I don't know if it's I've theorized. I don't know if it's spirits or ghosts, or maybe other dimensional beings, right? Maybe cats are you know dimensional beings that can cross into our dimension. And because if you think about it, they're predators, right? But I don't really know too many predators that play with food, that toy with it.
yeah.
Um, Okay. And B, um, like if you watch them when they're like hunting and stuff, it's the way they use their hairs. It's like their hairs are these sensors. And so I think what it is I think cats are um more sensitive, or they have like stronger sensors for changes in energy, right? Frequency changes, if you will, um, of like energy waves that we don't perceive as well because we've uh, lost most of our hair. If you know we're following the evolution line of thought, right? From what either whether we were Neanderthals, like we're like hairless apes, right? So we've mutated to dull our senses. Meanwhile, cats instead evolved themselves because they were like, you know, we can just have them and give us love and affection. And we don't even have to love them back. Half the time we don't. Sometimes we just mess their shit up just to do it, right? Like they just like knock your stuff off the counter. It's like they know that they're doing bad. And that's what gets me about them is that to me is a sign of high intelligence. Cause like a lot of animals, like it's like they don't have awareness that they're doing bad. Like that what they're doing is destructive. Um you could even argue that we some of us have awareness when we're being destructive, but not all of us do, right? But cats will look you in the eyes and knock your stuff off and then like be guilty but not like sorry.
Like they
You
wait
know
to
what I
see your
mean?
reaction. It's like yeah, like
Yeah.
they'll sit on the counter and they'll see you there staring at them. Like it's almost like they make sure that you're looking at them, and then they knock something off the counter. Like they look you dead in the eye and knock the thing off the
Like,
counter, like just to see your
right?
reaction.
And to me that suggests that like cats are smarter than us because they literally will play with our emotions and get away with it. And like they're fine, you know?
Yeah, and, like we think that they're just like willy nilly, like they're not even aware of it, but they totally are.
Yep. And then also like if we're such an intelligent species, why can't we like active camouflage ourselves like octopuses can? Like how did we not like develop cells to do that? Also, like I can't solve half the puzzle. I'm sure there's
I
people,
mean, are
but I
they
can't solve half the puzzles that octopi can, or predict the markets as well as they can. Apparently,
were they like? I mean, they probably had to adapt and evolve. Like they had to develop that trait because maybe they had a predator, or like they were prey to something else, and like because of that they needed to protect themselves, and the only way to do that was to sort of develop that trait.
yeah, but like dinosaurs, right? Like, don't you think that would be a good trait to develop for us to like not, get eaten alive, um, or to, not get shot, for example, and like we
I
still
mean,
have it. Like they've had it for how long?
I believe that we were here when dinosaurs were here. I mean, well, I don't know if I believe that or not, but it's like, it's like there's human, there's like a sort of
Something.
like there's like a pre-human species, and then there's
Yeah.
like, Cro-Magnon, and then there's like the intelligent Homo sapien, like, and it's like we're sort of like a different species, so I don't know, like maybe there was like a primitive form of human on the planet back then, but there's really no like evidence to suggest that that's the case. I think that intelligent life maybe could have existed for like 100,000 years, or I don't know, maybe 250,000 years or something like that. Like I think there's enough evidence to suggest that that could be the case too. But I've also seen some really obscure stuff that could suggest that human beings were here like as long as 250 million years ago, because there's these like artifacts that are found like embedded within rocks, like
Mm.
rocks that would have taken rock formations that would have taken like 250 million years to form. And it's like one of them was like the hammer. I forget what it's called, but this hammer that's clearly man-made. Like it's got an iron head, and the
Well,
the
I would argue
the
that
handle's
that's
made out
the
of wood.
assumption. We are assuming that we're the only species that has figured out how to develop tools, and actually, we know that that's not true. There are other species that have developed tools. Um, I think what is it? Beavers, first of all, beavers have built literal dams, right? Um, what's the other one? Uh, monkeys to some extent, although it's not so much developing tools. Like they can, they've figured out how to do things, use objects to break things open and stuff like that. That's kind of sort of basis for tools. But also otters, although it's not so much tools, it's like toys. Like they'll like juggle rocks and stuff, which is adorable. Um, but like so that to me, it's like we see tools as like a huge advancement, and yeah, it's most likely like a sign of a higher intelligence. But if animals don't need tools and they're still here, is it an advancement or is it a larger waste of natural resources and therefore actually a devolvement? And and I don't know. Like I because I kind of see it as like we've built all these things, but those things have actually like devolved us to a point where like um we can no longer, the average person can no longer temper the weather without a jacket, without a lot of things, right? I would say that that tends to suggest that we're actually a weaker species. The only thing that I think really does suggest that we're a higher intelligent species than other species is like our dominion over them, our ability to take on predators larger than ourselves and more dangerous than ourselves, right? Um,
Is that how we adapted and evolved? Is like with
yeah,
intelligence, like we didn't need to physically adapt, like we mentally adapted. Like we became like we're the top of the food chain now because like we
right.
outwit everything else that's here.
Well, it's technology. We developed something that that allowed us to uh, surpass the limitations, and that I think is how like we see it as higher intelligence. It's really, I always thought it was funny that like we deem that we are the highest, but it's like intelligence according to our own intelligence, right? And like that's kind of it's a bit of hubris, isn't it? Right? That's assuming that like w- what we do is more important than any of these animals. And if you look at it from like again like we've wiped more species off the face of the planet and destroyed more ecosystems for our survival and like less efficient beings, right? Um, it's the way that we see infestive species, like we see cockroach as like bad, right? We see like any sort of invasive or infestive bad because one of the big dangers of it is when a species comes from another area, um, and you no longer have a predator that can take care of it, right? We consider that like bad because it will literally destroy the ecosystem. Well, what are we doing? So um, I think that
You talking about like sort of the whole idea, like if like a deer, like the reason why people are able to hunt for sport is like during a certain season is because like deer will overpopulate and they don't have enough they don't have any predators to like thin their herd.
I'm
So
talking like
basically,
stink
like if
bugs.
we didn't,
Stink bugs. Stink bugs is the best example because stink bugs came over from China, right? So when they got here, the reason why it got so bad, I don't know if you remember, like it used to be really bad when bug season hit because like they were everywhere, and you don't see that as much anymore. And the reason is we had to introduce one of their natural predators. So we imported, actually, I think it's frogs that we imported that are natural predators. Frogs or lizards like that, but, that are natural predators of stink bugs. Problem is that you will eventually have to import more things, because when you
to take care
introduce
of the
something to
frogs.
an environment it's not adapted for, and that the environment has not adapted to, um, it creates an imbalance. That imbalance will ultimately to the destruction of multiple species. Um, and when that happens, it doesn't like when you take away a species from an ecosystem, it's like a what's the word? Um, collapsing. No, I can't think of the word, but it's
Well,
a
you took out the
collateral.
wrong Jenga piece.
It has collateral effects, and
Collateral
it'll.
damage.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just, yeah, collateral damage. I was just saying they pulled out the wrong Jenga piece and the whole thing fell over.
Yeah, pretty much. It takes time, but eventually it will like imbalance and disrupt the ecosystem to a point where like um most, if not all, species in that ecosystem will die. Um, it's it's kind of crazy because it's like it is likely a long inevitable extinction event kind of thing. Maybe not for us, but at least for the majority of our ecosystem. And once we get all the animals, like you know, um, I don't know that we're going to be able to just go back to being urban. I know a lot of people that won't, right? So,
Go back to
and
being what?
like herbivores again, right? What do you do? What do you eat when an animal die because you upset the balance?
Well, we have the technology now. We can make synthetic meat. We can
Yeah,
grow meat in the lab.
yeah. I'll wait till
Which
the.
sounds nasty as hell.
I'm also gonna wait till like 30 years to see the studies on what synthetic meat does to people, because I get the feeling it's probably not good. Um,
Yeah.
I have more faith in synthetic, but yeah. So like I don't know
Well,
when
they have
you
plant-based meat alternatives as well.
when you look at things from like a cost benefit analysis, right? Like we're a pretty inefficient species. We need a lot of things. Now we've developed some really cool, but if those things that we developed to like deal with the problems that we couldn't figure out how to deal with, that's are we intelligent, or are we able to develop intelligent technology? Are we like is our purpose to craft, and is that ultimately have a purpose or does it not? Because if not, I would say that like the actual the actual criteria we should define intelligence on is emotional intelligence, which tons of animals have, and then survivability. Um,
You just reminded me of like this skit that like George Carlin dude with like George Carlin, absolute hero of mine. That guy's a legend, or
yeah,
was a legend. Rest in peace. But he like he would say this thing one time, and he was like, dude, he was so real about his stuff. Like he would be joking, but it was like there's always an element of seriousness to it, and like just his delivery was like flawless when it came to that. because
Yeah,
it was very like intellectual, but also very, you know, satirical. Like, you know, he would poke fun at things, but like in a serious way. But anyway, what he was saying was like, what if like, you know, everyone's like, oh, like, you know, you're polluting the earth, you're putting all this like plastic on earth, blah blah blah. He's like, well, what if our entire like, you know, existence like as a species, like what if like our existence, what if we exist for the purpose of making plastic because that's what the earth needed. The earth couldn't make like they're like, oh, it's not natural, it's like man-made. It's like, what if the earth created humans just because just so that we could create plastic because that's what the earth needed.
Or what if it was like the Earth is just bored? You know, like the Earth is bored. Like the whole reason we exist is because we were a singularity and we got, and the Earth is like a organism as well, and it's bored. So it's like we're gonna create these people so that they can create plastic, like, so that we
That
can
was the
immense. You know what I mean?
like just for fun. Yeah.
But yeah, it was
But
like literally.
that was the fun idea. Like the earth couldn't create plastic itself, so it had to create us just to create plastic.
Well, like maybe the universe was just like if we really bored
You cut out.
and there's no point, like it's static. You know, if we exist as a singularity, we're all one, and it's all the same because it's only one thing and nothing ever changes. And so like that theory would be like that life exists because it's more entertaining than just being a giant blob being.
Just being nothing. Well, you know how we were saying earlier is like about time and like how time is like the most valuable asset because like to us like having a lifespan like like our time is valued because it's finite. There's only so much of it that we have. Like we only have so much time on the earth. But like that's just for us like as human beings having a lifespan, but also that idea of time and the passing of time, like, you know, seconds, minutes, hours, days, like that's all kind of just like a human construct. Like like we sort of invented that, like, and it's relative to us. It's like we formed a system that's like based on numbers and math, where it's like, okay, like this is how we perceive the passing of time. It's, you know, a day, a year is when we go around, make a full rotation around the sun, and then a year, a day is the Earth, you know, spinning in 360 degrees. Like that's a full rotation of Earth, so that's a day, and there's 365 of those. It takes 365 of those to create, like, you know, and we just go from there. But like we sort of basically invented time, and it's relative to us, but it is a real thing that existed before we came up with it. We just gave it a name, right? I
Yeah.
think that like it exists, and how we perceive it is relative to our surroundings, like, you know, the theory of relativity and all, but space time itself, like time exists, and it always did exist. It existed long before us and humans. Like it always did exist because it's part of space. Like space and time are essentially like one dimension. So you have space time. So the only real like good definition I could give of what time is that time is a way to explain different changes that are happening in the universe in a sequential order for the purpose of preventing everything from happening all at once. You know what I'm saying? Like so
Yeah,
energy can't
I
be
think.
created or destroyed, can only be transformed, but those transformations, those are changes and movement, like from one location in space to another. Like that's a change. Like even different like particles and atoms and particles and stuff like changing and moving, that's a change. So it's like time is just, you know, you know, the things happening in changes happening in a sequential order because it prevents everything from happening all at once. When really, like physics will say that everything actually does exist. All everything that exists, that ever has existed, ever will exist, actually all exists right now. It's just that we're not perceiving them everything at the same time.
Yeah, I mean
Like
it's
it's
also
fragmented.
potentially that time is a like a side effect of like let's say that our bodies are just our souls are like interdimensional, right? And our bodies are three-dimensional. So if our souls exist in another dimension, then time side effect of our souls um, utilizing our body as a vessel. And then the other one that I kind of theorized that comes from my Vision Quest days, we'll say, or what I thought were my Vision Quest days, um, was that time is relative to our perception. So, like, time and reality does, or it's more like a switch, right? Like it exists until it doesn't. Which is basically saying like there's just different quantum states. Um, and one of those quantum states is dynamic or is three-dimensional, and when we are experiencing in three dimensions, that time exists because it has to, because otherwise we would go absolutely crazy, because how would we measure?
It would be incomprehensible.
Right. And so but outside of that state it does not exist. So or that it's infinite, either it does not exist, or either way that you see it, right? It kind of makes time no longer important. So when we are perceiving in three dimensions, time is a necessity to understand or perceive um, rationally in three dimensions. Whereas when we perceive, like, maybe what the fourth dimension would be, or what the higher dimension would, is um, our existence on a plane when time is no longer a factor, um, and that potentially that we exist forever, and we just only remember because for some reason, to enter three dimensions we forget, like, the memories, or we lose our memory of existing in a higher dimension, right? um which kind of gets into, like, when people talk about like past life regressions, deja vu, or um uh what's that, mandala effect stuff. It's like it kind of has a somewhat, like, it leaves room for those things to be essentially like the remnants of our memories, our soul beyond this dimension, or whatever you want to call that, spirit, your uh your m- what was it, mental
Consciousness or
yeah, consciousness, right? So um if it is only a construct in the third dimension, that we need that to be able to like basically not be insane, um to not, like, literally be tormented by the potential of understanding things beyond that. So if that's the case, right, and it's just a quantum state, then time is, it's not fictitious, it's not real, it's um just only relevant within the state that we understand as conscious life in in the third dimension. And
yeah. I'm
one
so
of the
I mean, like
one of the supporting ideas for that, or one of the correlations made from that, would also be like that certain mental health disorders, particularly like schizophrenia, some more extreme forms of Tourette's, especially when dual diagnosis like schizophrenia, Tourette's together, is a really interesting one to experience. But there's people like aren't crazy, that they're um maybe more multidimensional, and to us they're babbling, but like actually they're just like speaking within multiple dimensions at the same time, and so it doesn't make sense to us because our minds would not comprehend it if we are third dimensional beings. It's like, neither here nor there, but it's interesting.
I kind of get where you're coming from. Like I haven't come across too much scientific like exploration or scientific facts that like support that, but there is something called the 0 point energy field, which like appears to like hold like everything, like I was saying, everything in existence, and like that exists now, existed before now, and will exist after now, and like they say that it all congregates within this like sort of 0 point energy field, which is sort of like the only like scientific theory that like kind of
It's like,
supports like these type of things. But I definitely understand where you're coming from, because I've had thoughts about that, and I've had certain experiences myself that I wouldn't even consider like a hallucination, but more like a spiritual experience that I can't really explain exactly like with
yeah, and
with
it's really hard,
science what I
you know what I mean?
saw or experienced.
Because of the fact that there is a chemical involved, like altering altered state. It's like, and that's the thing, right?
Yeah,
Is
and
it's an altered state. It's equally plausible that like that's
there's
the
an
only
altered
reason.
state that can be achieved without some sort of substance.
Yeah. Well, and some would argue that, like, who's to say, but that there are monks that have experienced um altered states by like meditating to the point where they've reached a similar altered state, or if not a similar, at least reached the same realm. um it's said that there are monks that can meditate to the point where they can slow down time and drop, which I think is fascinating, but also like, how
Slow
do you
down
prove
time and what?
they can slow down time and
Damn it! You keep cutting off at the
sorry,
the part that I need to hear.
that they can meditate to the point of slowing down time to hear every single individual drop,
Every
like,
single
one at a
individual
time.
raindrop.
Yeah, like that they can meditate into a state where um time slows down, like similar to what they say is feeling that you and time shifts, and so you're able to analyze things faster. So it's somewhat supported in like reality, or at least in our because I will say, like,
I
my
mean,
brain functions completely different when my is in full gear. And it's like
if
I can connect to the thoughts that are needed in those states much faster.
if time is relative, then if you can sort of essentially slow down, like or speed up, I don't know which one it would be, slow down or speed up, like your perception of that time, then it if that that passing of time then becomes relevant to that other state of consciousness that you've been able to tap into.
Not really, because the thing is at that point, are you slowing down and speeding up time, or are you expanding and contracting your conscious perception? And
Yeah, I
if
think
you're
it's more so
expanding,
that.
yeah, right. And because that's not to say that you can't slow it down until it stops. But like, I don't know, because I've never, well, like I said, maybe I've done that in a different altered state, but I haven't done that with meditation.
Well,
Um,
it also might be able to like slow down almost to a halt, like from your perception, like from your perspective, like every time is slowed down and halted, but like for everything else is still moving at a normal speed, you know.
you know,
But
there's
it's
like it's really weird. So like when we talk about meditation, especially like Buddhist monks, there's some schools of thought where they're like it's called how was it, the six wheels of or the six dimension wheel, something like that. Basically, they're monks that they um they exist to help people. So like each dimension, there's like higher and low, and they exist in this dimension to help people pass to like the next step up, right? So like to help them reach enlightenment and enter the next dimensional phase on the wheel, which is like not to use like angels, but like it's like if we're here, then the next dimension is like the angel dimension. Like things are
it's like
better.
metaphysical.
Yeah, like you're better realm where things are more positive. And
Yeah, you have like a four-dimensional like energetic body because like our bodies like can't like we exist on the third dimension because like this is the only place that our physical body can exist, not that we don't have another separate body that exists somewhere else, like on a different plane of existence that we simply can't comprehend as human beings because we're not equipped with the right senses to do so.
yeah, and or like like, and that's one of the mandala that like when the reason why the mandala happen, like that you've actually slipped into a parallel dimension, and it's different because it's different. And so like
Yeah, but like did a
there's
ton of people do that? Like were there a ton of people in one dimension already and then a ton
that's
of other people slipped into that separate dimension?
maybe and actually maybe it's not, maybe like the not actually um it's not actually like an action, maybe it's a time based thing. Maybe it happens in waves. Maybe it takes X amount of people to move on to the next dimension for us to move to that one. And I always think it's funny because it's, if they exist to like help people pass on to the next, like does that mean when they upgrade that they just out of existence in this realm? Like, you know what I mean? They just like whoop.
I don't know.
They're
I
like,
mean, I'm sure they die, but then like maybe their soul or their energetic body goes somewhere else and like survives and lives on. Like, you know, like the whole the idea of like the in Star Wars when the Jedi die,
yeah,
like they learn to become a Force ghost or whatever. So it's like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and Yoda, they all learned how to become a Force ghost. Like they merged with the Force, but they still retained their consciousness from their living self
yeah,
and were able to then build on their that same consciousness instead of just completely merging into the Force and dissolving. Like they were able to sustain it and like, you know, retain all of their consciousness from when they were living. Like I think that sort of concept is really cool, and if that's something that can be achieved, like that would be, you know, out of this world. Like no pun intended.
yeah.
But
Well, and it's like then you have to like question a bit. It's like, are monks people, or are they like you know, either deities or like yeah, again, like this is making a lot of assumptions here, and I'm not here like any of these things that I'm talking about or like speaking on in my opinions. It's not meant to dissuade or change someone's perception. It's more just like submitted for the point of exploring the concept as like a brain game, if you will, or
Yeah,
You know.
it's thought provoking. If nothing
Yeah.
else, it's thought provoking, and it's like, we could be totally right and dead on, or we could be like totally off and dead wrong.
Yeah,
But
like in
either
actual,
way, it's
I don't really care if I'm right or wrong because it's not even about right or wrong. It's like a
about the
dialectic conversation.
curiosity.
Yeah, well, it's also about like your brain is a muscle too, right? So it's a workout for your brain, um, and it's a way to expand conscious. It's not to presume to know, but to hit more data points, like to iterate further, right? The further you iterate, um, the more neural pathways uh, you're potentially engaging, or more information you're putting through those neural pathways. It's like exercising that muscle, exercising memory, exercising uh, your perception, if you will. And that's sort of what that's sort of not dissimilar from what these claims of monks like meditating to that point is like. It's if you're able to slow down, if you're able to perceptually slow down time, or expand your perception to a point where it feels like then one would argue that that's literally you've empowered and strengthened the muscle to the point of being able to focus on each raindrop. It's not that time is any slower, any faster, because for everybody else, they would experience it the same, right? We don't experience them slowing down time. They're the ones experiencing it. So um, that would say that time is again relative to perception, right? Um, I don't know. Super,
Yeah,
super
it's
enjoyed the
super heady
conversation.
stuff. It's really like friggin' it's really vast and obscure concept that we're talking about here, and I actually do have to try to get some rest at some point. The
Yeah,
market's gonna
I
be
was
open in a
just
couple
about to
hours.
say the same thing. Like a
I'd
politician.
yeah, I'd love to continue the conversation maybe later on when I have some freaking when I feel like my brain is functioning properly. But before I go, like I just want to mention, like since we are talking about this type of stuff, are you familiar with what's known as the Akashic record?
I actually, yes, and um, I've a friend of mine. I don't know if you know about the Emerald tablets,
Yeah,
but
Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
yeah, my
Yeah,
friend that
that's
I
what.
worked with at the residence was the one who really like got me to. He was like, "Man, you got." He was like, "This is like some ancient knowledge that like we teach in Africa, but they don't." It was he and I would have really deep conversations, and people have told
Yeah,
me that I'm supposed to be Thoth. I'm the observer, or the recorder, whatever it is. But I
that's
don't know.
like they say that the story, like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, that like one they do still exist somewhere and like have some really profound knowledge and shit written, wisdom and stuff. But they
Allegedly,
say that like the idea of like the Ten Commandments of that and like the story of like Moses or whatever, and how he had the two tablets. Like they they say that that story or event was loosely based off of the event of like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, or that they either they both happened and one was sort of similar to the other or based off the other, or it's one story that then got like reinvented into another story sort of thing,
well,
but
yeah,
also deeper
Zoroastrianism
than that.
also has similarities in some of the stories as well, which is still existing religion. So
Well,
it would suggest that there's actually a whole line of like evolutions of the story.
yeah, what other people say is that like this like Thoth himself was supposed to be like this enlightened being or this extraterrestrial being that came from the stars or something, like, you know, was the sky god that came, or like some sort of intelligence that came from somewhere else. But it's also speculated that like Thoth was either like the father or the same person as who's referred to as someone named Hermes Trismegistus,
Mm.
who is supposedly the author of the Kybalion,
Mm.
and that's the basic set of laws that is, like, you know, the ancient wisdom of Hermeticism. Like, it's almost sort of like a religion in a way, like Hermeticism, or like
Yeah, I
it's
know a
more of
bit
like a
about it.
philosophy.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, it's kind of more of like a philosophy, but like it's also like philosophy from like a spiritual and scientific. It's like a spiritual and scientific take on philosophy,
Yeah, it's
and it
metaphysics.
incorporates religion and stuff. It's like really heady, trippy stuff. But it's like if this kind of like subject matter was being written about thousands of years ago, or like at the very least thousands of years ago, it might have just been passed down to that generation from a generation that came before them. Where did the generation before come from? And like, what happened to them? You know, where did they go? How did they get here in the first place? And how long were they here before they eventually disappeared? You know, like, these are like some crazy questions. But like, yeah, like the ancient laws of Hermeticism, and, you know, the Kybalion, and the you know, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, they all kind of tie into like these sort of theories. And like, one thing that it ties into is the Akashic record, or what people refer to as the Akashic record. And that's supposed to be like that sort of synonymous with that 0 point energy field. If there was like a physical representation of the Akashic record, which is like the knowledge of the entire universe, the history of the universe, like that's where everything exists all at once. And supposedly that knowledge and wisdom is all recorded and kept and held within the 0 point energy field. So it's like really trippy stuff. Like, I've been looking into it for years and stuff now, and every time like I hear or find more about it, it's just stuff that's more intriguing and more like eye opening, thought provoking, and like, you know, just stuff that I guess like theoretically exercises my brain. Because even if none of it's true, which I do believe at least some of it is, if not all of it, but even if none of it's true, it still is so intriguing and piques my
It's,
curiosity so much that I simply just have to keep looking into it.
yeah. Um, I always leave room for like maybe these guys were just storytellers. Or maybe the entire point was just to
Maybe they
provoke thought. Like maybe it's not none of it's real, and the entire point was to provoke thought to like generate creativity, and or to evolve creativity, right?
Yeah, I mean, that could be cool too. Or to just have some sort of faith in something larger than yourself, so that, like, you know, you can kind of like not like blame your existence on that, but like to be like, okay, there's some sort of greater power that I have no control over, and I am at the mercy of that greater power, which is this thing. And like, having faith in that existence is, you know, something. Maybe it's like maybe it's an invention of man. I don't know. Like, who's to really say?
So I love to like not to diminish the potential for an actual like higher power, but if you think about it on a very base level, like we're in a community right now, which I have faith in, right? Which is uh the higher power would be the collective of the community, the diversity of thoughts, the difference in opinions and perspectives, and the culmination of the multitude of tools that people have that have absolutely improved my conscious experience and my knowledge when it comes to truth. So
Well,
I'll leave you
if
to
it
that.
is if it is real and we do have a collective consciousness, it begs the question: is that collective consciousness isolated to just us and humans here on Earth, or just like humans and animals, or all living things, or does it spread across the entire universe? And whatever sort of life and or intelligent life that may be out there is also part of this collective consciousness that we all contribute to, that like
Yeah, I
sort of
would
everything
argue it would
contributes
have to
to.
be that last one. Like
Yeah.
it,
I mean,
it,
I
it
feel
only
like
makes
that's the way it would be.
yeah, and like we're just at different stages of awareness of it, and so like maybe we don't have like awareness of it, and but like maybe that's why we can what when we think about like higher intelligence aliens, like a lot of theories suggest that like the only difference between them and us, they they hear our and they see it. You know what I mean? Like they can they can perceive it all,
Yeah,
whereas
it's
like
almost like
we
they can
realize,
reach out and touch it where we don't even know it's there.
yep, and maybe they don't have to like be here at all. They can literally like they're literally on the other side of the universe somewhere, like moving elements to like counterbalance like all the stupid things we're doing.
Yeah, there's some,
Like,
some sort of like divine beings or whatever that have like cosmic influence.
they're just
That's
like
crazy
spinning
stuff to
like
think about.
mints and spears and like diamonds of like xenon and whatever, so that the world stays in balance or the
Yeah.
universe stays in balance. It's
Dude,
a thought.
all I can say is I hope that within my lifetime we have some sort of like evidence to either like prove or disprove some of these things. But the final theory that I feel like I should bring up about like all of these ideas and like the ancient wisdom and ancient texts and stuff like that, like metaphysical type stuff, is like the guys that wrote this, like even like thousands of years ago, right? That brought all of this like sort of into like the zeitgeist, the human zeitgeist. Like,
Mhm.
what if those guys were just high as shit?
That's actually most likely that no,
Yeah.
like the Book of Demons was written by a monk found like one of the first um, recorded that we know of like uses of marijuana. He like ate a bunch of weed and didn't know that it made him high and like locked himself in a monastery basement and like wrote a book about like all these demons that he was seeing. Um, so
Yeah, well, I
like
mean,
this,
there's stronger stuff though, man. There's like mescaline, well, like, not mescaline, but like peyote, like, and that shit that comes from a cactus.
well,
Like, I mean,
there's also
even
like
DMT
have
is like
you
exists
ever
in
heard
every
like
living thing.
demonic thoughts, like their perception is kind of aligned with a lot of these things, but like from a different language and a different culture. So it's yeah, who knows? And one thing I do know, by the way, in last so is frankincense, which has been used in spiritual ceremonies all over the world for ages, right? Like since as far back as we know, pretty much. Frankincense has been studied. Like it was Johns Hopkins with some other. I think it was like the Hebrew School of Medicine or something like that. But um, when the studies in rats produced our knowledge that basically frankincense um, interacts with the TPVR3 receptor in your brain, which is like it's not a terpene, but a terpenoid receptor, I believe. And what it does, it's a anti-anxiety, like a more natural type thing. So the theory is that the reason that like these esoteric thoughts began in the first place was they were basically like huffing frankincense and it was making them more anxious, and that's why they felt like they were like they came up with these spiritual thoughts. um is that maybe
Yeah.
it's just because without the stressors and the anxiety, or they were more explorative and more creative, and so like maybe religion or God or just stories depicting the manifestation of of a human with less anxiety of like the power of the human mind itself and the creativity
Yeah.
and you know
Like the
it's
human experience itself could be muted by like modern hurdles, like, you know what I mean, like back in the day, like they had like a much more holistic way of living and going about things, so like maybe their brains were different because of it. Now
you
our
know
brains as a result have been, you know, sort of like handicapped by what we face today, like in human society, like the competitive nature of it and like all of the anxiety that comes with that, like you were saying.
you know what else triggers the TPVR3 receptor? That's respondent of the TPVR3
uh,
engaged is it's the feeling of the sun hitting your skin on a cold winter day, that like feeling that of like warmth of like energy you get is that. It's the feeling that you have when you're inside the womb is caused by that receptor. And it's also the feeling that you get in deep state meditation.
well, I mean, that's interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, clearly, like if drugs exist, right? And they have a psychoactive effect on our brain. But for some reason, our brain is designed to have receptors to be able to like have that like psychoactive process take place. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like our brains are designed to be able to handle drugs, like process them and experience something specific because we ingested them. You know what I mean? But like also if that's the case, then that part of our brain already existed and those like different areas could theoretically be tapped into like through through some other means like meditation or breath work or like, you know, frankincense or whatever it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, you know, so I mean, like maybe it is something that's real, and it's like okay, okay, so like maybe it's real, or maybe it's just a mass hallucination, and maybe these guys that came up with all these concepts were just hallucinating because they were high as shit. But and like or maybe there is like a higher like spiritual or dimensional element to it, like metaphysical element to it that we just
Or
don't
do you
fully
think,
understand yet. And that, but either
yeah,
way, it's pretty cool. You know, like
or do you think the
I'd like to.
meditations and the hallucinations of a rudimentary older prototype organic AI?
Yeah, could be, man. Could be.
So, hey man, it was a pleasure talking.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
I've got to get
brother.
to bed. You probably pissed off everybody that didn't want to hear this entire conversation.
Yeah, dude, YouTube's like, they're
Sorry, but
probably like, what
appreciate
the hell?
y'all letting us
But
have
yeah,
it.
dude, always a pleasure, man. Like, we'll definitely have to continue this some other time and
We'll
like
have to podcast
touch on
though,
some
because
more
like
stuff. Yeah,
we
dude,
get
we'll
deep
definitely have to.
for average people with my thoughts.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to start something up, and we'll try to let's have like a topic specific thing or whatever, just for fun, you know.
Yeah, for sure, man.
All right, brother. Well, you have a good night. Take it easy, or good day, whatever.
You too. Good night. Safe trading, y'all.
Peace out.
That chain that Anthony Joshua was wearing, that's a polymarket chain. 500K. What was dumping? Then what? Minor capitulation. What I'm hearing.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh yeah, I'm cooked. What do you mean? What's wrong with my voice? There's
Sounds good to me.
Nothing wrong with my voice. What's wrong with your ears?
No, you do sound sick. You got a cold?
That shit's
Stuff.
kicking my ass, bro.
You sound stuffy. Hate that feeling.
You get some tea and chill out for a bit. That just sucks, bro. The little baby dump off at 10. This is a little tiny baby dump off. So cute.
Oh, did a 10 o'clock dump again?
Nah, it was just like literally one candle into support.
God, I keep forgetting about that.
Yesterday I was saying that like we dropped, right?
Sure.
Oh, this is horrible. I don't even know if I could talk like this. I was saying we dropped, but we hadn't pumped. So if they're accumulating at the bottoms and we haven't pumped, I was thinking, what are the odds that they dump it again? And it seems like they didn't. So nah, that shit better not be the vid.
Oh man, everything I've been trading has been going down. I think a lot of this is a minor capitulation of that China shit.
Yeah, they shut down so many miners, bro.
Making other miners want to sell.
Oy.
But then there's so much bullish news, man. It's ridiculous. Like BlackRock and all the other big wigs.
Cut up red onions and place them throughout your house. It will absorb any flu-like.
Just eat some garlic too. Keep the vampires away while you're
I was
at it.
about to say I got the flu. I'm not being attacked by vampires. Oh wait, no, that's garlic. That's not onions.
That reminds me. I used to have a bird call. Her name was Enza. One day, it was the middle of winter too. It was freezing out. I left the window open. The bird flew out, man. Next thing you knew,
just
influenza.
That's funny. He said, just put a bowl of water next to it. Y'all got me doing rituals and shit.
Yeah, growing up, we had radiators in our house. My grandmother always put bowls of water on top of the radiators. With Vicks in it, man, that works.
I got y'all. I'll try anything, man. Yeah, I need to order. First thing I need to do is order some shit.
That's it. All you need is some tea, man, with a little bit of honey. You're good.
Yeah, I've got
Nice
tea
hot
here.
tea.
I want to get some of that emergency shit.
Some tea and a cough drop. You're good. A lozenge. Pardon my French.
Free cola.
God, I used to love those cherry cough drops, man. I used to eat them like candy.
Halls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little box. They came in a box. They used to keep them in the candy aisle too. right near the register with all the candy, cherry flavor. Those are so good. No, it wasn't Halls. It was a little white box. with cherry.
You said open a YouTube channel, grandma recipes. I need to just
Ludin.
point the camera at my grandma and just put her live.
Ludin's wild cherry. Those are the best, man. I swear they taste like candy, and they used to keep them with the candy. Ludin's great taste in wild cherry throat drops. Supreme. They collabed with Supreme. That's so funny. Supreme collabed with everybody, man. I was doing some cable management.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate all
hate
the
it.
help, guys, in chat. I do.
I hate it. I had to paint some of those tracks because I got white tracks. I needed some black ones, so I've been spray painting. I made a custom Bitcoin volume dial. I had a Bitcoin and it fits perfect on my volume dial thing. So I double-sided taped it there. It looks good. God, man, I listened to Cardi B, and man, I got that song stuck in my head. It's not a good song to have stuck in your head either. WAP.
That is a wild song to have stuck in your head.
I can't believe that's a song, man. Like how could they? That should be illegal. I keep saying grab a bucket and a mop. What the hell? I got that stuck in my head.
You got to do better, Woony.
I can't, man. I can't help it. It's Alexa's the one that started it, man.
That's funny. I had one damn order fill out of my grid last night that I told you about. I told you I set the grid from, and after this, I'm gonna get some tea and chill out for a minute because I can't be listening to me talk like this for hours. This shit is not pleasant. I set a grid from Golden Pocket down to 786 last night. I only had one order fill. Or either we continue the fun and I fill the rest, or all she wrote. All jokes aside, though, the decreasing strength of these dumps at 10 a.m. does kind of give me some hopefulness.
They've been doing it so long, man, that I keep thinking that they're not, man, but they continue and continue.
Well, the difference between yesterday's is that they dumped, but they never pumped it back up. Right? Usually they dump and then they pump it back up and get ready for the next dump, and then they pump it back up and get ready for the next dump. But this time they dumped it and then they just let it rock. And then they didn't dump today. So maybe we've come to the end of that. Come to the end of that era.
Maybe they need a laxative. No dump.
Yeah, it was pretty chill.
Coffee's ready.
All right, I'm gonna go make some tea. I mean, and try to start sounding like a human. I'll be back.
Amazon charged me for something I bought 2 months ago. I contacted them, everything. They apologized. They don't know what happened. And it was a transaction for like $300. I'm like, what the hell is this? Somehow they made a mistake and charged me again for an item I bought.